Here's our clock.
That was really
Wrong. It's really wrong. Like hours off.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and call this City Commission Budget Workshop into order. The date is August 25th, 2026. The time is approximately 11:19. We apologize for the delay. We've had a few technical difficulties. For those of you that don't know, our printer was just up yesterday afternoon, and so we're trying to get some things in order due to the lightning strike of last week. With that, I'm going to go ahead and begin the meeting. Commissioner Moore, if you would lead us in our invocation, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand if you are able.
Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for our rising on this morning. We thank you for your grace and for your mercy. Father God, we ask that you be with us today. We ask that you cover our loved ones that are in need of your help at this moment. Look upon each and every one of us who all need something from you at this hour. We know that you know everything that we need. We ask that you be with us, help us to make the correct decisions. Help us to do those things that will be pleasing in thy sight. And we want to hear you say, well done. And all these blessings we do ask in our son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, with that, I'm going to start off with just, we can do the roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Lisa Candido,
Present.
Vice Mayor William B.J. Laurie,
present.
Commissioner Linda Moore,
Here.
Commissioner Cynthia Burton,
Here.
Mayor Michelle Myers,
Present.
City Manager Derek Martin,
Here.
Finance Director Steve Conklin,
Here.
Assistant City Manager CRA Manager Bonnie Loveday, and our Public Works Director Keith Harris,
Here.
and as well as myself, the City Clerk, and we do have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to start off with, real fast, before I forget, September 1st. Thank you, Commissioner Laurie, reaching out and talking to Florida League of Cities. They have responded. We've been talking to them as well, and Sam Wagner will be here for the 6 o'clock meeting. I've spoken to our fellow municipalities, Mayor Washington and Pomona Park, and they've all agreed to join in. So we have a notice that is ready to go out, but we sent it out to Florida League of Cities to make sure that all of our verbiage is correct. And so it basically is the City of Crescent City, Town of Willaca, and Town of Pomona Park are hosting a town hall meeting for the Florida League of Cities to present an informational program on Florida's 2026 Constitutional Amendment 3 that will appear on the November 2026 ballot. So as soon as we get their okay, we will send this out, and we have in here that everyone is invited. Is welcome. Residents, property owners, business owners, and community members are encouraged to attend, ask questions, and learn more about the proposed amendment. I've spoken to our County Commissioner Newbold and also our Chairwoman Leota Wilkinson, and they are, I think he is going to announce it today at this morning's meeting. I had to leave before they were through. I've also spoken to property appraiser Clay Davis, and he is trying to get here. If he's not here, he'll send his chief of staff also.
What's the date?
The September 1st at 6 o'clock. That's at 101 South Prospect Street, which will be the auditorium for the former Miller Middle School. We're working on, he's gonna have his slideshow, so I've gotta work on that.
The slideshow's pretty good.
The slideshow is very good, and I wanted to make sure that, yeah, no, we have to, and making sure he can get set up for it. No, he's doing his slideshow. There's 2 of them that will be here, and we're looking forward to this. We hope that the community comes out, anybody that's interested. I also spoke to Mayor Robbie, and she said Palaca could join in. I don't know, but I'll send her a copy of the meeting so that they could also, if anybody from there want to come down and listen. So anyway, I just want to get that over with so that otherwise I would forget, and I want to make sure everybody has an update. If anybody has any input on that, please let me know, or if you have anything. Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
So the last time we spoke at this, you said that the building lacked a sound system and also will there be lavatories available for?
There are, just not right there. There are the bathrooms that are available, just not right there. Those have been down, I think, for some time. I know they went down some time ago.
So which ones? Like,
They're around the corner.
They're around the
One of
corner, they're right
cafeteria.
around the corner.
At the cafeteria.
okay, so maybe we should have some signs.
We'll do some signs, we'll have some signs.
And it will
It's
be,
not full.
Yeah, it's not far.
right, it will be lighthouse. Oh, I know, because
Yeah.
I've been to a number of functions there. And so,
And we have a sound system secured.
And so we've secured the sound system, the screen, I have to make sure with the screen so that he can show his slideshow. But other than that, I think it's good. I'll go in ahead of time. I'm thinking that we might want to have some refreshments. I imagine it'll probably be about an hour. Mayor Washington said she could bring some stuff if we needed anything, if anybody wants to bring anything, just something just for maybe, we'll have some waters and just some cookies or something, some finger foods, just some cookies. We're not gonna go crazy. So anyway, I think it'll be good. I think it'll be informative and thank you, each and every one of you. I know you've got your own groups that you've been reaching out to. Commissioner Burton, you've been working on this as well. And so thank you, and everyone, Commissioner DeVito, Commissioner Lori, Commissioner Moore, reach out to your groups, reach out to your church members, and just let them know. We'll make sure that Sharita is going to put this on the website and Facebook, so share this as best you can, just so that everyone knows that if they want to know, this is the best opportunity to learn everything they can about this. So do we have any other announcements? Nothing else? Okay, with that, let's get started.
Okay, start with the general fund revenue. Did you want to go through line by line? There really wasn't many changes in the revenue. We just had a couple updates for some state revenue. We can just highlight those, or we can go line by line
If you
again.
want to highlight those, and if the commission, if there's a line that you want, have a question about, please by all means, pull that out.
And Mayor, is it okay if we go ahead and we're not gonna be in order of what our budget strategies call out? We would like to start out with our general fund, then move into Better Place, then CRA, and then our enterprise funds. Is that okay?
Okay, Commissioner, are you okay with that? Is everyone in agreement? Okay, that's fine. You're
It'll
gonna
be
take
in
them out of order, so you'll take them out of order. So you're gonna start with the general, you're gonna do the general budget, the general fund, then you're gonna go to which one after that?
I believe, one second.
CRA, Better Place,
So we're gonna do CRA, then Better Place,
and then Enterprise.
and then enterprise funds.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
okay, let's start with our, general revenue.
Okay, the first section that was updated was the communication service tax line 6. It was updated to 66,338 per the state estimated revenues. Anybody have any questions or?
Where are we, I know in July, but are we anticipating to have a shortfall? It doesn't look like we've kind of been on target previously, but with spending down, I just didn't.
Oh, with the communication service tax? We have 2 more months, so we're gonna be, I don't wanna say we're gonna be close. It's kinda hard to tell. We're probably gonna be close, I would imagine. But like I said, it's just an estimate.
Okay.
Nothing new in license and permits. An intergovernmental line 22 state revenue sharing was updated to $75,528. And then the state half-cent sales tax was updated to $96,150. That's just a little bit of a $130,000 difference from last year's estimate. And that was all that was updated in revenues for the general fund.
So we have a reduction, so we're having a reduction in half-cent sales tax.
Yeah, revenue sharing went up $2,300.
Any questions before we move on? Does that take us through page, what, 6?
I believe so. Here, let me see.
Code enforcement, I do have a question there.
Oop, and
That's, go ahead, that's on page 4.
Yes.
Just so we allowed for last year that 30,000 was gonna be that 25, just for clarification purposes. So now we're going to drop back down to more of a historic average, correct? For the
Yes.
5,000, okay.
Mayor, I have a question about code enforcement.
Yes,
So two questions. One, the $25,000 for the lien reduction for the property that's now the Duncan property, formerly the Asian restaurant. That $25,000, where does that go? Does that go into the general fund?
Yes.
Okay, and then also, it's my understanding, there was also a $5,000 fine paid for a code violation, the company that trimmed the tree at the stoplight without any permit, and wasn't that $5,000?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, is that included in the $30,000?
I would
That's shown for the year, 30,356 actual.
I would have to take a look at the detail. I don't remember offhand if that's in here, if it was down to miscellaneous revenue, the $5,000.
Okay, and also, I believe we had some discussion about taking the $5,000 for the tree fine and specifically putting that for use either for beautification or trees. Did we not talk about that?
We did.
Okay, and is that $5,000 anywhere in next year's budget?
It is mixed in the budget, yes.
It's mixed in, but is it designated for a specific purpose?
For raising the tree canopy, yes, ma'am.
For raising the tree canopy?
Our tree trimming within our parks or streets.
Okay, but not tree care.
well, that is tree care.
That's tree care.
Yeah, and the other part,
Yeah.
yes. You'll see as we go through the budget, we have other things that we're gonna be doing in the parks, for irrigation for the trees and plants and other things of that nature.
Not usually, okay. Irrigation for the trees,
Irrigation at Eagle Line Park, yes, ma'am.
okay. Okay, thank you, Mayor, that was my question about the fines.
And building on your question of the $25,000, I thought we also had that discussion about creating a code enforcement fund to use that for abatement and, like Attorney Holmes had suggested.
We did that at I think at the last meeting, that's something we talked about when we were going through, our ordinance. But we haven't established that yet. So I think, that's something that we do need to look at and how we're going to establish that and what fund that will go into.
Correct.
Because he did talk about that so that we could use that. for,
Yes.
So Commissioner Lori is correct. But I don't know that you put it in this budget currently.
No, it's not in this budget.
Okay, we haven't established that fund yet, okay. Or that policy, so we have to establish that policy, we're gonna have to establish the yes. So you might wanna put that, with the resolution, we can do that through a resolution. Commissioner Burton, did you have a question? No. Okay. Do you have any other questions? Okay, let's move on, page 5. Any questions on page 5? The cancel revenue, did we ever, do we know yet what that?
I looked at that, Mayor, and that was revenue received for a prior year. And I'm actually gonna talk with the auditors and see if they were the one that recommended, is that's how we allocated that or recorded that. That was a weird one. I've never seen that before.
Okay,
Mayor, I'm sorry, which line item are you?
that's gonna be 52,
Cancel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cancel revenue.
it's kind of a weird.
There
name
was
for it.
back in 2024, there was a $934 income in that, but then nothing
It was,
going forward.
it just said adjustment for prior year revenue.
we have the 3 million for the fire station.
Yes, and that's actually gonna be updated. We're working on finalizing, what's already been billed out of that. So when we bring that to you all, it'll be on our budget adjustment for this last year. And then this number will be.
And that will go into revenue, that won't be in the general revenue, but it will be part of that as far as what our budget, the actual budget.
You are
We
correct.
just all have to keep in mind and remember that that's an appropriations,
And not
that's
revenue.
not our revenue,
Correct.
our revenue stream.
Yes, that's what.
Reimbursable.
Yeah, it's reimbursed. Okay, anything else on page 5? Commissioner DeVito?
Well, okay, so the $3 million budgeted for 2027. I don't know, I mean, it's not, are we planning to spend all of that in 2027?
Yes, ma'am.
That, okay,
Yes, ma'am.
plan to fully expend it.
We're hoping to. He's
We're
hoping,
hoping to build that
he's
fire
hoping to
station.
have it
Right,
have it constructed.
Because actually, I had asked that we have a timeline. I have not seen that timeline yet. That would help with things like this. And I know I've seen other municipal budgets where this would be reflected, in a separate category as a
It's a grant, it's a grant, and it
right.
will be,
Okay.
correct?
Yes,
Isn't that how you're doing this? So it will absolutely be, it cannot, it's gonna be more in a grant, it's gonna be in a grant, but it goes into our general revenue.
correct.
Okay, because I guess my question about this is, and it's conveniently listed toward the end, it's, I guess, line, whatever line it is it a line? No, it's not a line.
Yeah. it'd be-
Yes, it is, it doesn't have it, but it's 52 and a half.
Yeah,
There we go.
it would be 53. We'll fix that.
Okay, so then total revenues, so it's not included in the total revenues of 2599570.
And if you look underneath that, that is total revenues, and so that's gonna be your ad valorem and other taxes received.
Right.
The total revenues, including the fire department appropriations, is the line item under that for $5,599,000. It's been separated, just to be clear,
Okay, on what page?
on the same page,
Bottom of
page
page
5 at the
five.
very bottom, in the totals.
Okay, it's not on line.
No, it slows down to the next.
It may have gotten cut off
Yeah,
to the next
so-
page.
Got it.
I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
That's what I wanna know. Total include, okay, I see, that's explained, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Well, and, okay,
So, and that's just so there's no confusion, so when people look
Yes.
at our bottom line, they understand that that's not our ad valorem, it's
Correct.
general revenue, it's an addition to that.
right, and there is an explanatory line that's just carried over to the next page.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions on that? If not, we'll move into the expenses.
Can we, just put a footnote with that state appropriation to explain, maybe, just so that it's in here?
A footnote?
Yeah.
On the state appropriation?
Right.
Okay.
And also that, it might not all be expended, but it'll be carried over. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not sure, you've got in there the 3 million, but you're going to have to do in your budget adjustment, it's not gonna be a full 3 million because you've already expended some of that.
70 plus.
So everybody just make sure you're aware of that, and when you do your budget adjustment, that needs to be.
We'll adjust this as well. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's start with our city commission expenditures. Okay, Okay, do we have any questions?
All right, so first line item, we have our salaries. This line item was updated. You can see the reduction in what we had. Originally, this is updated for our ordinance 9904. Salary for mayor at 500 and for commissioners at 400. Underneath that line item is a new line item for benefits. This benefit line item, of course, is for $1,115 per commissioner, excluding the mayor who is receiving the healthcare insurance, which is down for line 58. And so that's for the year for that. So those numbers match up. And this is, of course, for putting us in line with our 9904 ordinance. As we go through, and of course, we've got our retirement for other previous commissioners, the pension, and then we get into our conference training. From our last meeting, we increased the conference training due to the amount of conferences and the cost, $500 for each seat. So now everybody has $2,000 in the budget. Advertising has stayed the same at $5,000 for our public meetings, and we have reduced aid to private organizations by $1,500 to $1,500. We also have a $2,000 line item in on other, and that's for our Adobe Pro and FLC annual dues, laptops, cases, and copy of paper. And then, of course, our IT audio-visual chamber upgrades I've put in here since it's the commission. That's our 60-month contract for the new support and warranty for our new audio and visual system here in the chambers.
And that's the annual amount, correct?
That is the annual amount.
Okay, that will
It is a 60-month contract. At the end of the 60-month, we own all the equipment for $1. Our price annually includes warranty and the oversight for the materials by our IT company.
Okay. That is, I don't know how many of you go to various, or you watch various commission meetings in other municipalities and counties, and even being at the county this morning. It's so advantageous to the people that are in the audience, the people that are watching, and they can all see everything. I don't know if I've never been to one that has to project us on a wall.
Right.
And we can't even, Commissioner DeVito especially can't see this other side of it because of the speakers. So I know this is a cost, but it's much needed. I mean, I know I've been sitting here for almost 6 years, and that's been the biggest complaint. And not only that, it's a hardship. I think that's something we need to establish too. It's such a hardship on our clerk.
Yes.
Because, and it's not just this clerk, it's every clerk. It
Yes.
was, Deb, it was Karen, it was Mel, and now Sharita. And being able to go through and try to transcribe these minutes.
Right.
To have clarity. And so I hope that will help them. We've spent the money to purchase the software
Yes.
for the minutes. And even that software can't really work with our antiquated system.
Right.
So I think that, but Sharita mentioned to me, there's another software program that could help with agendas, and I don't know if we were to consider that where it would go.
Okay.
But it would help streamline the whole agenda process.
Yes.
For those of you out there, and even some of the commissioners, you might not realize the amount of work that agendas create. And it's a 2-week, I mean, as soon as they get done with one, and especially with us having special meetings, they go into a completely, new meeting and trying to put that together and all the parts and pieces that have to come together. And so, Sharita, you were gonna do some research on that. I think that's something we need to possibly consider, and figure out how we can do that, because, efficiency.
Efficiency.
And that's really what I think that all of us, work smarter, not harder.
That's right.
And it's time that we come up to today's standards. We're doing that with everything else.
Yeah.
So you know, we need to do that with this as well.
The amount of hours that will be saved for her just for the implementation of this new program will be phenomenal. I mean, you go from multiple screens handling audio, visual to bring them together separately to one control module for the entire chamber. And technically, it won't be 100%, but at the end of our meeting, she should be able to give you preliminary minutes at the end of the meeting, hit enter and send them to everybody.
Yeah.
You know, so this is gonna be a great thing for us, and efficiency, you hit it on the head, efficiency is everything, and helping the employees is the next, I think it's important, so I hope we'll continue to move down.
So, and that will be through Town Web, correct?
It'll be
Isn't it, is it through Town Web? It's a separate program
the separate program for
that
the,
works with Town Web.
for the agendas, that's
Yes,
separate. The
yes.
minutes is this all,
Yes, yeah, I know.
right, part of this, yeah.
That, we have that, so we just have to figure out if she comes with that, where we need to put that.
Yes.
And so a cost factor, we need a cost factor on that. Okay. We have any questions on the expenditures for page 6?
Mayor, I do
Uh-huh.
have a couple, I'm not sure that I understand the health and life insurance. So, okay, so salary has been corrected to reflect what is in the ordinance 99-04, right?
Yes, the
correct?
salary dollars have been reduced from what they've
Okay.
been in the past
Mhm.
to what they should be as established in ordinance,
Right.
1990.
Yes, okay, so that has not been adjusted, but the health insurance amount, so in other words, 9904 says that we are entitled either to health insurance or to
Compensation and
compensation. But where is that reflected? Because I don't see that.
It's gonna be right here with benefits. See if you go to, if there's not a line, it needs to have a line. Number. So
What is
there
that?
needs to be a line
It's under
number.
salaries.
It was up above 56.
Oh, okay, well,
Okay.
hang on, that's the number I was looking for.
So that's your benefit. So if you look at that, and then I'm the only one that is getting the life insurance, the health insurance. So mine is not reflected in that amount. Mine is reflected down in line 58.
Correct.
Okay, so our salaries are being reduced by 19,000. Our benefits are being raised by, if you add, the mayor's line of 13,800 to the benefits line for the rest of the commission at 53, that's what, about roughly $66,000.
67.
And so if you take the 19,693 from the salary reduction away from that, that's an expenditure for the commission of roughly an additional $40,000. You know, I don't know, how are we finding this? I have two concerns about that, mayor and commission. Number one, how are we finding this money in the budget? $40,000 is a lot of money. And especially when we have other needs. But it's my understanding that our former salary, which was
Incorrect.
incorrect, but the amount of it was part health insurance and part salary. That amount was in line with what other commissions received in similarly sized places. When you add this all together, we're well above that. And I checked around.
Not from a salary standpoint. We're
Right,
still
no,
on
I'm
a
saying-
salary standpoint, right, so you're still very much in line. Actually, we're low considering.
No, I'm saying what we had before, which is what was compared, that was believed to be our salary, the 728, 828. That was in line. When you add the benefit, that increases the expenditure quite a bit. And I checked with just Pomona Park, I didn't get anybody in Black, Pomona Park and Interlochen, the commission does not receive health insurance. And one of the commissioners in Black told me they're eligible for health insurance, but they have to pay for it. So to me, because healthcare inflation is so much greater than the other rates of inflation, to me, 9904 should have been adjusted a long time ago, because I believe when you add all this together, it puts our salary above what similarly situated commissioners receive. And it's a lot of money for our city. It adds $40,000 to our commission budget. And we could at some point address this.
So, there's salary, so our salary actually is in line,
Right.
and is low, it's low in comparison. It's the benefits, and if you talk to some of these, a lot of the municipalities, and I thought Palaca was one of them, when I talked to Palaca, they do offer healthcare benefits. The county offers healthcare benefits, the school board offers healthcare benefits. And so they do get the benefits. And when we talked about this before, that is something that is, as far as, especially with younger people that are hoping to run for office or to hold office and make a difference in the communities, that is that could be,
It's a big carrot.
it's a big carrot for them to come in. If you look at, especially if you look at a lot of municipalities, and we all know, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time out of here, and a lot of them can't hold a full-time job and also be the effective commissioner that they would want to be. So that's just something to consider. The other thing too is that, and this is what I found out, because we have that, because we offer the health insurance, I'm not eligible to get that health insurance outside of this because of that. So I can't go to the marketplace and get health insurance, because if your employer provides health insurance benefits, then you're unable to partake in the marketplace. So that's just something else for us to take into consideration too as we go forward. There's a lot of it. I mean, it was, nobody caused this, did this. This was something that was done back in 1999. And unfortunately, through all the people that have come into office, including commissioners and city managers, they didn't keep up with it. And there's a lot of money that was left, or benefits that were left out there for commissioners that they weren't aware of. Commissioner Lori, you were one of those back in the day, that you probably could have used the health insurance. So anyway, do we have any other questions on this? Is everyone in line with the 2,000 for the conference training?
And Mayor, I do have a question about the audiovisual chamber upgrades being in the commission budget. So my thought was, wouldn't an appropriate place for this be in the city hall budget, because the commission is not the only entity that uses the chambers?
It could be.
The planning and zoning board, any city board, any meeting.
If we want to move it, that was something that in talking to both Derek and Steve about, it's like, where do you put that to make sure we have it in there?
Right.
And so it was, because it's considered the commission meeting room, that was where maybe it should be under our, it all comes out of the same fund.
Yeah.
So it's just, if the commission wants to have it moved over to the city hall, you can do that. You have to, if everyone is in, your thoughts on that. Does anyone have thoughts on that?
That's fine. It all comes out of the same place.
Right. Well, if I could,
Yes.
I was not really in favor of creating a separate city hall section in the budget, but it was meant to be a catch-all for things that crossed.
So now that's where you want to put it. So that's.
Well, if we're going to have it, then that would seem the more logical place for it to go.
Okay, is everyone in agreement that we'll move it over to City Hall?
Sure.
Commissioners, Commissioner Burton, Commissioner Moore, okay. Steve? Derek?
I'm making a note now.
Okay,
Yes,
so we'll
ma'am.
move that over to City Hall. I think the other thing too, though, is making sure that there's been some concern raised about this, but this just gives us some transparency so that people can actually see it and it's not sitting in the city hall. That's why I think in talking to both Derek and Steve, we wanted to make sure that people are aware that it's not, that we've spread this out. We've tried to make it as affordable as we can and still being able to come up to it. But we can move it to City Hall if that's everyone's.
I'll take care of
So
that.
do we have anything else on this page?
No,
before we move
just-
on?
that is our annual budgeted cost, the 2005-20.
Yes, that's it.
So, and
That's
an impressive
That's impressive.
number
Yes.
as far as being spread out and keeping it low.
Yes. Yeah, because it comes out to what,
210 a month.
210 a month,
Yes.
210 a month for us to be able to offer. And it's not just us.
Right.
It's, it's our planning and zoning, it's
Correct.
our tree and garden, it's
Correct.
anybody that holds a meeting in the historic, anybody that holds a meeting in here has that capability. I think I can mute that. Okay, if not, we're gonna move on to page 7 if there's no other questions. Okay, let's move on. Does anybody have any questions on page 7? Is there anything you want to bring to our attention, Derek? This Medicare, do you want to
We-
talk a little bit about the Medicare and the FICA?
Yes, we can, Steve, you want to talk to that, what you did with that? I mean, basically, we combined them into one line item under FICA. So we took everything out of the Medicare line item and moved it up. Is that correct, Steve?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just makes more sense.
We did the same thing for operating supplies. We had 2 line items for supplies and operating supplies. We have one combined supplies line item. So you can see we took 2,000 out of the budget, we moved it up and into supplies.
Yeah, because what is the difference between supply and operating?
I think we had
Whether
15,
it was going.
yeah, or 1,000, right.
So that makes sense.
Mayor, I have a question
Yes.
about the membership and dues line. I see Florida League of Cities here. Wasn't that in another line item on the prior page,
Commission,
under the commission?
yes.
I think that might be for the mayors. That might be the mayors, because the mayors is separate. The mayors is separate.
Okay, then maybe it should reflect that, so it doesn't look like a
Let's see, what
duplicate.
is it?
Um,
Oh, yeah, so it says that under the, other, on 57. It says Adobe Pro, FLC annual dues.
Yeah.
That's might be FLM.
Should be.
So number 2, if you go up page, there,
right, oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, where it says,
And the reason I'm
Which line?
pretty sure that's where it comes out, because they
57.
were taking that out of my
57,
training budget
Or
for a
67.
while.
67.
It's
Yeah,
67.
number 2, it should say FLM annual dues.
FLM,
Yeah, for the
Okay.
mayors.
Florida League of Mayors.
got it,
Okay.
done, thank you.
Mayor, I still had another question.
Okay,
So for all these dues, the amount is $1,500. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's the League of Cities, the Florida City County Managers Association, the Trust for Historic Preservation, Association of Clerks is $1,500. Is that accurate? Will that take care of those entities listed?
The actual was 1775.
that's what we paid so far this year, and that was a question, was that the Florida Trust for Historic
And
Preservation,
we're
is
looking
that what
into
was
the
added?
allocation on that.
Correct.
Yeah, we believe there's just a misallocation there. It's typically run around $1,500 every year.
When did we add the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation?
A few years ago.
That's
Years ago,
Yeah, that's
okay, okay.
And
In fact, it was in there and it just wasn't being paid, I think.
And if we need to adjust that before our final, we'll adjust it, but
Yeah, it
that's something.
seems like we've
take
been
a look.
on target
Yeah, 'cause I
for
mean,
that.
it's
Yeah.
Very,
so in other words, sorry, if I may, Mayor, that 1775, I think there's an error in there.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, because
Yes, nobody's fault, but over the past year, we've had, what, I think 4 people doing accounts payable.
Yes,
So
yeah.
we're just, Birdie's
It's kind of like when you file.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
if you've ever
exactly.
come behind somebody who was filing.
Yep.
But everybody has their own filing, yes.
There's one way to do it.
And that's your way?
Mhm.
Okay, well, that's what everybody
No, but
files,
you-
thinks
when you
it's their
do,
way.
you do initials first and then you do those.
So one thing I do want to point out, right under that, we have telephone and internet. This has gone up a little bit, and it's due to the fact that originally, when we first started this process, we were under the impression that we could move forward with a new phone company.
Mhm.
I brought you all that information, we were gonna save money.
Mhm.
From further due diligence, we found that we had 1 more year left with our current provider, so we cannot change now. However, we are on month-to-month basis for the internet, and currently Bonnie is working with other staff outside entities as well to try to find the best price for the internet, the cost for the internet for a reduction. Right now, what's in here is what we've got, the latest and greatest cost.
And it's gone up. Right, you're projecting it to go up from this year.
Well, the allocations too were a little bit off, so we allocated to the larger offices, and then some of them, like code enforcement, are a little bit further down, and then we have wastewater, share wastewater, water, you'll see that later, but yes, and some of them, they went up a little bit.
So are you taking the IT support and license and adding it, so the IT licenses?
That's the next thing, yes, so the IT licenses
Uh-huh.
are now inside of the IT and support, so we've taken everything out of the licenses portion that's not needed. We did have significant savings there, separate, because our new contract carries at that same price. The licenses, we were being charged separate before, so we're seeing a significant savings there. And then that's been allocated and properly spread out throughout the departments.
Okay, I was just making sure, because it seems like, already we're over that amount. And same with, and that's without the licenses, and the same with
Yes,
2025 and 2024. So I just want to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for a shortfall.
no, ma'am, and good catch on that. That is because we're moving forward with Obsiva, and the costs we have in there prior, this last year, is from our prior contractor.
Okay. Do we have any other questions on this?
Oh, Mayor, just one quick question. So when Karen Hayes was our clerk, right before she left, and I think we discussed this briefly, she brought up that we had the option to be part of the overall Suncom contract for internet and phone. What happened to that
We still have a contract with,
with Suncom?
we have a contract with our
with
current
Windstream.
provider with Windstream that we
Right.
couldn't get out of.
We couldn't get out.
Right.
But
And that is still.
When we are allowed to go out, I will bring you all, we'll put it out for bid RFP, and we'll bring you all the proposals and go with low bid. We have an idea of what we can do, because our current provider for IT also, umbrella-wise, has that within their repertoire, so we can have it all under one house, and we've already seen the savings we can get from them.
Commissioner, correct me if I'm wrong, if you piggyback onto a state contract, you don't have to,
Yeah, you don't have.
Suncom's not a bidder.
Correct,
They're a state contract.
but I still have to get the price from them. I still have to get a
Yes,
quote,
yes,
and that's what I mean, we will bring that.
It was my understanding from Karen Hayes that both for internet and phone, if you were part of the Suncom system or part of the Suncom contract, when you had an issue, even if Windstream was your ultimate provider, they would run interference for you and they got better service, which is my understanding has been a huge issue here.
Well, I'll have to look at that as an option when this current contract is up.
Yes, and we
So it
will.
might, I mean,
I mean, for,
because that was the thing, is you'd have to get a new contract through Suncom with Windstream.
When we were-
In the current contract that we have.
And when we were recently down, I looked at the contract, Don looked at the we tried to see what we could do to get out of it, because we haven't been happy with their service. And,
Our phones are always down.
they are, but,
And another thing.
they
through
push on
Suncom-
the act of God, so we can't move forward with cancellation.
Another thing Suncom offers is satellite backup. that you might wanna look into as backup.
And we are currently pricing out and I believe we have some quotes now, a total coaxial backup for emergencies only on the internet. I believe the cost that I saw was $200, and that was through Comcast. There are other providers. Just recently, our current provider was bought out by a company from Orlando called IQ Fiber. And I think that they are coming in to redo the infrastructure in the city. That may be something to look at later, but our current provider's been bought out. They're no longer
Windstream?
Windstream.
They
They're
already went to, what was the other?
Yeah, that's, forgot the
Yeah.
name. But they merged.
Yeah,
with,
so there's a lot of
Yeah, they already
moving,
merged.
all kinetic.
Kinetic,
yeah, kinetics.
Yeah.
But it was in bankruptcy. I remember it was in bankruptcy.
There's a lot of moving parts, but I'll bring it to y'all when we're ready.
Just one more thing, because I don't think we had a lot of writing, but back to the SunCom issue. Karen Hayes, she might not have had the complete information, but I could have sworn she said that SunCom could manage your current Windstream contract for you.
They checked on it.
They checked on that and
We
that
would have
was a
to,
no.
yeah. we would
Okay,
have-
all right, just checking. Okay,
Any other questions on page 7? Otherwise, we're moving on to page 8. Okay, let's move on to page 8. This is gonna be,
The merged is called Community now.
is that what it's called?
They merged Community, yeah. Which is their whole background. provider.
Again, on this, we page 8 or page 9, Mayor?
We're on page 8.
I'm sorry, it's a cutoff on mine, I'm sorry. So we're on finance now. No real big changes in finance. Again, we took the Medicare, pushed it up into FICA. You can see those changes. The IT support and license has changed, consolidated, of course, and has saved us some money there. The general liability insurance, this is one thing to think of or remember as we go through all of this. We have a 2-year extended contract with FMIT. They came out because there were some things that happened in the state and they had a reduction in their cost. They shared that reduction with us. That reduction is calculated here.
Yeah, I talked to Tyler.
Yeah. So you can see that we've got some savings in our general liability and,
Yeah, he said that there were some savings.
and if you're looking also at the year-to-date actuals, that's also, we're right now, we're working on how those allocations were. So we'll have an amended budget to you all here at the first meeting in September. And that'll be fixed.
And we also looked at how we allocated the insurance, we've been using a template that's been floating around the accounting department for years. And so I just went through and just kind of went through it and updated a couple things to bring us up to date with, or up to speed with where we are now. Same thing with the
Audit fees, yeah.
I took the audit fees and we just split it out amongst, I think, 9 departments equally because it was going percentage-wise all over the place and it didn't make any sense.
Right. So you can see a reduction in that. Other than that, no other changes since our last meeting.
Steve, do you feel that with some of this, are any of this, if there's something that you're waiting on from Sheila that we need to update, would you just let us know?
In
As we go through this?
correct, and I
Because
think,
some of this, I think.
That'll be the general liability
in the
insurance
general
portion,
liability-
yeah.
Okay.
And I think you stepped out, Mayor, sorry, when
I'm sorry.
we brought that up.
Adjusting the
Yeah,
air.
you're
So
good.
Sheila
Yeah.
had unfortunately had a loss and she's not here.
Yeah.
She's been going through a lot.
did you get you the health insurance quotes? Are we?
We're still working on that.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
health insurance, okay, I don't have my glasses on, did we?
So we haven't adjusted the healthcare. I believe we held on the healthcare the same number as we had last year. Just so you all know, we put an RFQ out for management services for that and for a broker. Sheila, again, is not in. As soon as she gets back, we have 3 bidders on there. I believe I have the 3. I don't believe FMIT was one of them for that. That's the healthcare portion.
And I think we just got the postings last week or the week before.
Right,
so we just
right.
got those
So
back.
we have to break those open. We'll hopefully have those savings known before our September meeting. So we can find a couple more dollars here. Anything else on finance?
Mayor, I have a couple of questions
Go ahead.
about finance. Okay, so I see the amount for, Debbie Peacock Services, the former finance director. And that has to do with, the administration of a pension plan.
The fire pension, correct?
The fire, okay. And then I don't see here, well, that's other professional services. So for outside assistance, CPA assistance, is that in a different section of the budget?
That's included in auditing fees.
That's an auditing fees?
Correct.
What line is that?
That is,
That's 105.
Okay, there we go. Okay, this is where I believe we asked for the audit fees to be separated from the CPA fees. Didn't we ask that in a separate workshop? Because they're two complete separate entities.
okay, we can separate those.
Yeah, we can separate that.
Okay, and then while we're on audit fees, this is not the only section of the budget that we have audit fees for, correct?
Correct.
They're in other sections of the budget.
They're in 9 departments in the budget, yes, so every department's got audit fees now.
Okay, but we don't see it added up.
Not a total, no, it's in each individual department.
No,
Okay,
and I will tell you, once we go through this exercise, the first meeting that we have and the first reading, there will be a summary form. That summary form, we're gonna deliver to you all totals, and it'll break out top 5, and it'll have items like that you're asking for, a snapshot, if you will.
okay. I mean, to me, I think it would be helpful for us to see it sooner rather than later, as opposed to, the week before, the 5 days before we vote on first reading. As well, there's an item here for the car allowance, line 98. We discussed that at a prior workshop. Wait a minute, where is that? There we go. It's my understanding that was for commuting costs for our finance director. Is that
Yes.
correct?
It's for 50% of the fuel cost of what he's spending in fuel, because he lives far out of town.
And I'm okay with not doing that, so
Pardon?
I'm okay with not doing that.
Well, just one concern I have about that is, I think I raised this before, we don't pay commuting costs for other positions, but as well, it is my understanding that that is technically, according to the IRS, not a car allowance. That it would be counted as taxable income.
Correct,
It is counted as taxable
Right,
income
and so
at a higher percentage also.
correct.
right, and doesn't that, because it's, number one, it's not allowable because it's from home to work. And secondly, it has to be, an accountable plan, so isn't there FICA attached to the 2,400? If it's counted as regular income.
Yeah, it'd be 7.65%, whatever that totals.
And so, in my recollection, we discussed that, but we decided not to. To authorize that. So, am I incorrect?
Yeah, I wondered about that. I didn't find it in the minutes, but, I mean, the minutes were not, detailed. I also had a question about that.
Yes,
Do you recall?
I don't. I don't. I guess that's something we need to look into. And I know that we never voted on that, so that would be something that would be a policy issue, or, because that would be for that position, not necessarily for the incumbent in the position.
Right.
It would be a bonus for that position.
Okay.
And Commissioner DeVito is correct. That is, you are taxed, and you're taxed at a higher rate. It's almost like a bonus, kind of. You're
Okay.
taxed at a higher rate.
Okay.
So, something that Steve's gonna have to think about too, and I know, it's my understanding of your justification with this is, finance directors are very difficult to come by.
Yes,
As
they
we
are.
all know,
Yes,
and we very much value our finance director.
I do.
We do. And this was an opportunity for us to be able to show that appreciation monetarily through this, because we do know that that can be a hardship. We did that in our family, and it was a huge hardship, just because driving that, it's an hour. I don't care how you do it, it's an hour each way, it's 2 hours. And with the vehicles, it's, the gas consumption.
Yeah.
It can cost, as gas, especially as it's gone up, and so I think is that my,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's why he was hoping to do that. So if there's some other way that you want to do that, then that's possibly something that you could bring to us.
Okay, I'll do it. I've highlighted it. We'll talk about it and do something with that. Thank you.
To know you all.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Is there anything else on this one? Steve, I talked to you yesterday, with this audit, and I guess every time we think we're at the end, they've now sent a whole nother list, correct?
Yeah, they ask, they ask for things and you send it to them, they look at it and they have just questions they want you to follow up on. So yeah, we're just trying to get them what they need as fast as possible.
Yeah, so we got another one last week and thinking that we were almost complete. At least we know they're thorough. But I think that we also know that our contract is up. Is that correct?
Yeah, 2025, I believe this was our last year.
This is our last year, with them. So we're gonna have to decide, as we go forward, what we're gonna do, because as soon as, the budget season's over, we're going right
Start right
into,
into it,
close out in a whole nother, audit period.
Correct, yeah, and I'm gonna talk to Brandon, we're probably gonna have to go with James Morgan, because I don't think there's any time we would have had to start probably back in January to look for another auditor, so.
We'd have to have an audit committee and.
Correct, it is, yeah, so.
Well, I have a question about this, because we've known that the contract is coming to an end, but as long as the audits are late, then it seems as if we are locked in to the same audit company when we don't go ahead and do an RFQ for a future time. It would seem to me, I don't know what the rest of y'all think, but the time would be pretty much now to do an RFQ and select whatever start date we realistically think we can do. I mean, if we have missed the start date for, I guess we're talking about the 25-26 fiscal year that ends September 30th. So if we're saying we're too late for this one,
Yeah, I think it's gonna be stretching it, I would say. I could ask, but I think it's gonna be a push first.
well, I guess what you're saying is no firm would want to bid to start an audit
I'm
late
not
in
saying that, it's just
to the
kind of
season.
late to be
changing.
correct, yeah.
So,
I don't, there might be somebody who's, willing to do it, but I just don't know right now. But it would be just easier, I think, on everybody if we just continued with James Moore for another year.
right,
That's-
but what would the cost be? We would need them,
Yeah,
would we
to give us
to
that.
give us a cost, because I don't know, I've asked several times for a copy of the contract. I don't know what it says about the price. I don't know if it addresses at all the price that they would charge us.
Yeah, the
What's
contract had, I think it was 5 years, each year had a different
Right.
amount.
Yes,
This
it
last year, I think it's 52.5 or.
And this was the last year that was in there.
Correct, yeah.
So you have to
So
do that.
with us being out of contract, I think is what you're asking, correct? Is
Yes.
that contract,
We'd be
what are
out.
they going to charge us with
Yeah,
us being
what's
out
the
of
cost?
contract with them?
Correct. I can talk to Brandon.
So-
Can I ask a question? When we get into these contracts, do we get into a long contract, like 3 years, 4 years,
5 years.
5 years?
Yeah, the last one was 5 years.
And, yeah, that presents its own problem. Because if you're not happy, 5 years is a long contract. So, I think because we have been a little bit disappointed maybe, they just seem to kind of keep coming back and we can never really close these audits. I'm not saying that it's their fault or our fault, but if we get another auditor, maybe you should set a date as to when we should start looking you know? I mean, right now, we're saying, oh, it's too late. You know, we were thinking about it, but it's too late. Well, maybe if we're thinking about it, we ought to start tomorrow.
Yeah, we can put an RFQ out
See what I'm
immediately.
saying? I mean, we should have started a while ago, that's all.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
That was what I hoped I said, what Commissioner Burton said.
She just said it.
I fully agree, but then as well, I have the question. We need to make sure that the amounts we're budgeting for 2027, particularly because it's spread between 9 different departments, you know, that is an accurate amount. If we have to stay with James Moore, do we know what they're going to charge now that the contract is done? You know, as the mayor said, we're out of contract. What will charge be, is that accurately reflected?
Steve started those conversations and has reached out, so we're waiting to hear back from them on that to see what we can do for this next year, buying us a little bit of time. In the meantime, we'll be putting together the proper RFQ so we can get those qualified contractors in, and then we can make a selection for future.
And I agree with both Commissioner Burton and Commissioner DeVito in that we should go ahead and do an RFQ. Put that RFQ out there. I don't know that we would be late, just simply because we'll be doing closeout, and typically, when do you start giving everything to them? January, is it January?
Yeah, January, February.
January. So that gives us a little bit of time to go through, weed through that. The concern we all have is that we still have one pending, and the impact that that would have on the pending one that we currently have. Now, they have never, in the time that we have worked with them, and I know we've been through so much with our finance office, but I would feel like this year, we really felt like we were on track this year, and we still are late. They're still tardy. They know they have that deadline. And I don't know if it's a staffing issue, I don't know what the issue is, I know that, but it just seems like, and you and I had that conversation, that when they have these questions, come over here, they're just right there in Ormond Beach.
And then there's stuff too, that we have to get them that, you know, I can't turn around in a day or two.
Right.
There's some things that take a little while, so then that may back up their schedule a little bit, and then they don't have people scheduled, so it's.
Yeah, because we're coming in behind others, you know, they're doing the same thing too. I would want to know, I mean, that's something too that we have to, if we do an RFQ, that I would want to look at whoever we talk to see what their timeliness is in getting the audits properly filed.
Yes.
Because we keep this
An audit of their audits.
an audit of their audits,
That's right.
you know, so that's just something. I mean, James Moore has done a very thorough job, but it's costing us a considerable amount of money.
It's costing us a fortune.
It's costing us, for such a small community, the amount that we have to pay in an annual audit. It's,
And it never ends.
and it just seems like
Yeah, I
it
know
never
they come
ends.
out
It seems like we're
like
always in an audit situation with
We're
them.
always in an audit.
So anyway,
Trust me, I know.
something for y'all to discuss, and maybe at the September meeting, we can talk about the RFQ, okay? Do we have any other questions on page 8? Okay, let's move on to page 9.
So this will be our expenditures for legal.
Okay,
Oops, sorry.
you've stayed the same, these all stayed the same,
All
correct?
stayed the same.
And we've allowed for other legal services, so that 10,000, that should we have to do anything with the Clarion? and then the
Correct.
Clarion.
Correct.
That that would be covered hopefully through that. Okay,
Can I just interrupt for 1 second?
yes.
Lunch is here if anybody's interested. It's,
I'm sorry, I cannot,
Lunch,
he's not speaking into his mic.
Oh, yeah, so he must be hungry.
There's some sitting there, we need to put it in the fridge, I'll put it
did
in the
people
fridge.
have sandwich?
That was yesterday.
Just one question here, really. We know that Don would like to, I know he's one-man show now. Is he still interested in Crescent City, is my question?
Very much so,
Okay.
yes,
Now, are we still interested in Don, I guess would be the next question.
very much
I
so.
think he's got more experienced and wise attorney, and
He's been great for me,
Yeah.
for sure.
he's,
I
he knows.
mean, I just, you know, I do know, like I say, being a one-man show, you can
And he is limited the other, he's broke away from, I think, at least I know one, possibly two.
A
they've
few
broken away.
entities, yeah.
That they've broken away from. The one thing about Don is, like you said, I mean, he is very responsive. He brings to us something that most will not, and that is the city manager background, the experience, plus the legal knowledge. And so, and I think really just based on what we've talked to in the past, he's very fair with us too in our fees.
Yeah, he is.
Well, I've lost a lot of money from him. Okay, betting on that we're gonna get out on time.
You have, that's why, that's your
I've-
concern, well, just quit betting.
Yeah. Good guess.
I've lost milkshake deals with him, so, yeah.
So, Mayor, I do have one question. Yes, I mean, Don Holmes is very experienced. He has a great sense of humor, which is always valuable. But is he still representing the school board?
Yes.
The school board, not the district.
Okay, but he does represent the school board.
Yes.
And I personally, I think that is a conflict. And we never, the other thing I would like to bring up is we never bid this contract. This is one of, we didn't bid this contract, and I believe we did not bid the last James Moore contract. That was a continuation. And it's considered good practice to bid contracts.
The only thing with that legal services, it would be an RFQ.
Mhm.
And so we put on RFQ and decide who we want and then negotiate a contract with them.
Yes.
And I don't think we'd find a better price, and especially for what we get for the price.
I have made phone calls to some of the local municipalities out here and
Right, well, I could pay twice what we
Well,
get
a tremendous amount,
for.
tremendous amount.
And I don't know.
And we knew Douglas when that they were gonna be very expensive for us as well.
I just don't think we would.
So I think it's a great bargain, if you will,
And
bang for
then
your
if you
buck.
get someone outside of the area, which you would really have to get if it's not Douglas, then you've got travel expenses.
Right.
And that travel time that would play into it. So
And-
I think that in his defense, Commissioner DeVito, I don't have an issue with him with the school board because I think that Dawn is very conscientious of conflicts of interest, and he's the first one to tell us that if he has a conflict, and it's the board, not the district.
Right.
A lot of those decisions are being handled by the district. It's the superintendent and not the board. And so if it's a board issue, then that's where the conflict comes in. So I really, I think that, I trust Don, and I feel like Don, if he feels, he will never put his license in jeopardy either.
Mhm.
And so he's been very upfront with us when he feels there's a conflict. So,
Right, but then if there's a school issue, that leaves us without representation. We do not have representation. And I'm not so sure that Don considers the district and the board as completely separate entities. But anyway, this is about our budget. I don't see any need to discuss it further.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to page 10 if nobody has, there's no changes on page 9.
All right, so moving on to expenditures for utility billing, customer service, no major changes here except the FICA, the Medicare getting put into the FICA. The other thing that was a change on here was the shared cost for the audit. So that was not a line item originally in here, that was added at $6,800. And then one of the other large items for this department is and I put a note here to ask you all what we should do with this. We have it in the budget, $15,400 for a new handheld digital upgrade meter reader. Ours is broke. It's on its last leg. It's not serviceable. They have put Band-Aids on it all year long and it's limping across the finish line. I have to get a new one. And I'm not sure if this is something, and I have to do some research, if we can move it to Better Place. I can take it out of the general fund, but the general fund does have a budget to pay for it in her department. We originally had $20,000 in the last budget that you all saw that we went through. we firmed up with a quote, and that quote was for $15,400. And that's in this budget.
Okay. So, I don't know, Mayor, could I ask?
Yeah,
you a
sure,
question?
absolutely.
So obviously, the meter reader is only for water, correct?
No.
No.
Water and
What else does it read?
Water and gas.
Oh, it reads gas?
Yeah.
Okay.
He does the gas too, so he goes all over the,
Once I'm
he goes everywhere, so, yeah.
No one has mentioned that to me, so it would be a water/gas expense.
I was gonna have Jocelyn come and talk to you, but she's
Well,
actually home.
That's okay, I've discussed extensively how a water meter is read, I've never asked anyone how our gas meter is read.
Same guy, does both,
Of course,
Yeah.
gotta get it.
Right backyard.
Corey.
I don't really know a better time to bring this up, so our digital meter reader is broken. Is that causing delays?
No, it's usable right now, but it's
Okay.
usable on spare parts that aren't, you can't find them anymore.
So we
It's
don't,
antiquated.
It's outdated and
And
antiquated.
he's having,
I get
he's
that
having
part.
some major
It
issues.
is
and
limping
I thought
across the
Jocelyn
finish
was
line.
gonna throw it through the wall.
And I don't know if y'all remember, but coming on first time last year, jumping in this budget, we originally had it in that budget and
Yes.
we had to take it out last year. And I asked, can we do anything to just, fix this just for short term? And we've done that. Well, that's over. It's time to replace it. And that's why it's in this year's budget.
Mayor, I have a question about
Okay,
this.
go ahead.
So there's just one of these items.
Yes,
It's a very valuable item, and there is just one,
yes.
and it's not insured. If something happens to it by misfortune, then you don't have one, you just have to replace it.
There's no warranty on it, no.
It's insured through.
It's gonna be insured through our FMIT.
It's an insured, I mean, that's.
Yes,
It just
It's
doesn't
it's
have
an
a warranty.
asset.
Got
It's not a warranty.
Right.
Right.
Or it's our maintenance contract,
correct.
which is something else.
Okay. And how long do they typically last, do we know?
I was gonna ask Jocelyn how long this one's lasted, but I'm sure they last more than 5 years.
Keith, do you know?
Don't have life.
We've had this system for quite a while.
I was gonna say that, I understood this for quite a while.
It's definitely time for an upgrade.
Okay.
And, we were trying to read gas with it, but it won't do it. They don't have a meter out that reads it.
Okay,
We did buy some, but they didn't work out.
okay.
Okay.
And now you asked if you wanted to leave it in here or put it into the Better Place plan. I think if you can leave it here, it should stay here.
I like it here in this
I mean, this
budget,
is
but it
where it
was,
kind of lives, this is what it does, it does the job for billing and, anyway, it's just my opinion.
Commissioner Lori has a question.
The $12,800 for postage, could we talk about and consider giving people a while, but switching to a system where you have to pay to have a bill? Just like FPL and Windstream and.
you have to pay a fee to get paper.
Right.
You pay.
We put a note yesterday when we had a little round table, and I put a note in here in the comments for incentives discussion. There are incentives that we can provide for people to do that. We're up for all of the discussion, but this has been something that I saw first time last year. I'm like, $12,000 for postage?
I've always said that,
It's
yes.
been like that for a very long time,
I
so.
mean, FPL, everybody has FPL.
Yeah.
If you want a paper bill, you gotta pay
Yeah.
$2 or $2.50 or something.
Right.
And I
The
don't,
bank, if you
Yeah,
want
if
a
you want a
paper
paper
statement from the
statement.
bank, it's like $9. One of my banks that has a $2 and a $5 or
If I'm not
$7.
mistaken, if you get a bill and you pay it with your credit card here, you gotta pay a fee to do that.
Would that be,
What's the
if that's
difference?
what you check or
I may as well get paper and pay the $2.50 rather than pay with my credit card and pay $2.50.
would that
So
be,
you gotta make an incentive if you want it to happen.
would that be something we would bring to you all
Be a
under our,
policy, it would be, yes,
Under-
because that would be either we do an incentive that we have an incentive if they want to have it emailed, or we charge an
the
amount.
charge would be under our rates plan, so I would,
Be under your
okay.
rates.
Or we need to give a 6 months or something.
Yes.
Like I
yes,
said, I don't wanna just dump it on,
No.
Okay,
I always.
Yeah.
that. I hate it when my Windstream bill is like, oh, you gotta, your bills are gonna, your bill will go up $3, and it has to tell you that 6 times or something.
And it
But you don't
does.
always read the whole thing.
And we, if you pay online, which I don't know how many you do, I do,
I do,
but I do it with a
automatic.
check, but it's still like $1.97 or something, so you still pay if you pay on check, by check online.
Mine's just automatic,
So
Okay.
and email.
anyway, that's something that we should
Yes.
talk about. Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
Okay, so I asked about was the aging of the meter reader causing, of the meter reading equipment causing a delay? Because the bills are being posted very late, even online. And people are telling me that they're not getting their bill. We got our utility bill Saturday the 22nd.
Yeah.
And people have, well, one gas customer from Pomona Park, it was during the outage, and she called every commissioner, and she just happened to get me to pick up my cell phone. It
We
was,
got several calls during
Right.
that.
so what they were saying is,
Dealing with it.
and there was apparently a discussion on Facebook, they hadn't gotten their bills. Somebody who lives in Crescent City told me that they can't use their bank bill pay, even though it is South State Bank, because bills aren't reaching them in time to allow the lead time. When they use South State Bank bill pay, then they get charged a late fee. So my question is, I don't know what's causing the delay, but I know I tried to pay my bill before I left for the annual conference on what day did we leave, Commissioner Lori? It was the 10th. I must have I looked online to get my bill total. I usually look online and then I write a check and I go drop it in the Dropbox. But my bill for July wasn't available online as of August 10th.
I know,
So,
I know Jocelyn's have a problem with Edmonds. We had an issue that took 2 or 3 weeks to get resolved, and I think that's what caused the bills to be late this
Been
past.
I know that she's been having some issues with that, and there's been a little bit of a backup.
I didn't get any mail for 2 days last week. None, 0.
well,
That's very unusual.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Burke.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
I didn't know initially if it was a US mail problem, because mail is definitely slower, or if it was a problem at utility billing. But it seems like if it's not possible to get the bill totals out or to get the bills out, then we need to let people know, when we're talking about incentives, we need to let people know that we're having this problem, but also it's not really fair to charge a late charge if they don't get their bills in time to reasonably, I mean, some people live out of town. They're not,
I don't think she's charged.
She did, Jocelyn, I
Yeah, I brought mine in one day. I brought mine in one day, and they're not charging late fee.
Right.
They understand.
right, but people in the past, the bills are coming out later than they used to.
You're right, so this month's bill came out. on the
Right, this
12th.
was very unusual.
Yeah, it was.
But
That was the big issue with Edmonds.
Right, the bills are coming out late, so what I'm saying is, if there's a difficulty, if the bills are gonna come out later, because I know long ago, we got a bill in Tampa, when we lived in Tampa.
You mean
Then we
when the post office worked right?
Mhm.
Yeah, the post office worked, but whatever, but if the billing totals are not gonna be available, I think we should give people, whatever time it was they had in the past, we should give them a reasonable amount of time. However, and billing utilities can, I guess, best address that. But the bills are posting later for whatever reason.
Okay, Commissioner Burton.
I have one more thing to say, and this doesn't really pertain to anything but the post office. And, being part of the person that puts out a lot of mail right now, I was told by Charles Overturf, if you want something to get to me, before, let's say, election day, okay, before election day. Okay, so this is gonna happen all through the next couple months until November 3rd now. You have to mail it out 5 to 7 days before.
Wow.
Okay, that's a lot. He says, the mail is coming so late.
Yes.
that's what's happening now. So people just need to be aware of it, is all we said. So I just wanna say that.
We
Yeah.
process in Orlando, so our processing's in Orlando, and sometimes it'll still take 4 days for somebody in Orlando to get, where it used to be, they get it the very next day.
Yeah.
He says
It's-
it's 5 to 7
yeah.
days.
Very slow.
So
just to be aware of it.
y'all need to be aware of that too, and maybe do some adjustments.
And we
Shoot.
will. It brings up another, just another topic,
Thank you.
talking about Edmonds. We've had multiple issues with Edmonds. I think the commission needs to be aware that in the near future, we're gonna be looking at bringing you all information on possibly switching. That's a large budget item that's not in this budget, but it is in the CIP because it's something that's important for us to discuss. I mean, their system is antiquated as well, and some of the things that we wish we could do, we can't do. And something that should take 1 or 2 steps takes us 5 steps.
A company like Edmunds, okay, they should not be antiquated. And so the conversation needs to be with Edmunds, is you assured us that you were gonna provide this service to us. And if they're not able to stay up to speed with what is necessary in a municipality, that's an issue.
Right.
That needs to be taken up with Edmunds. We have a contract with them that needs to be taken up with Edmunds. We
Right.
paid them a lot of money to have that assurance, because when we leave Edmonds, and I know we have issues, I'm sure you're bringing these issues to those not at answering the phone, but those up here that are, responsible for that.
Right.
Because if you're having that issue, then other municipalities are having that issue, and there's power in numbers.
Right.
And so I would recommend to start reaching out to some of these other municipalities and seeing if they're having the same issues.
Right.
Because for us to go into a whole new program is gonna cost us
Yeah.
a lot of money.
Right.
And with where we're going, I don't know how we're gonna fund that.
We've asked them for training, additional training, and I guess when Edmonds was originally brought into the city, it was during COVID.
Yeah.
And so they did some initial training online, and there were some tutorials they sent. How much did they want to charge to come down here?
A lot.
They've come down here and they've
Mhm.
charged us a lot.
Well, when I first started, they came down for 2 days and it was over $2,000, I think, just for 2
Yeah.
days.
So we're hoping we can get some additional training at a
So-
lower cost, but
Work with our attorney,
we will.
talk to Don and see, legally what options we have.
And I know with Jocelyn, with the utility billing, there's something, she would know better the detail, there's something that Edmonds doesn't do that, like we had BSNA come in and do a demonstration, and Jocelyn was like, when we get it, like, whatever she needs, that BSNA software does it, and it does it really well. So it seems like Jocelyn has to go in and just,
He has 3 steps.
There's multiple.
yeah, there's just so much,
Multiple
so many
Yeah,
things
with
she has to
Edmonds,
do.
it was only,
steps.
it was only
Should
a
be-
click of a
should be
button
that
for
way.
the other one to do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Edmonds is a very old,
Right.
program.
We've reached out. They should be growing with the
They should be,
with, with what's happening out in the world, especially with AI and keeping up. What Steve was told is that they're currently working on some beta programs, but they don't have anything yet.
Okay.
So,
Some of this commission, only one of you, I think Commissioner DeVito, you were here when they agreed to go to Edmonds, correct?
Yes, and Mayor, you're exactly right, and there's one thing I want to say about this. If we find the need to go out, I remember very distinctly, staff are the ones that reviewed the system to go with. They did extensive reviews. Jocelyn was here and Sheila were here, and they were part of the review, I'm pretty sure. So my thought is, if we ever have to go out, and I'm not here to say it, please put this in the minutes so it's remembered. I really think you need outside advice as well as your staff inside. Because they spent a lot of time, our staff here spent a lot of time, and they made their best determination. And Mr. Kennedy, the then city manager, went with that determination. And they did the best they could, but maybe you need also outside advice about where things are going in the future.
Because the people that come and do those are salespeople, and they're gonna sell you a package, they're gonna tell you how great everything is.
Yeah.
And how you can do this, but you have to figure out what it's really like on a daily basis. So talking to the other municipalities and other customers helps.
And, but just an outside opinion about where things are going in the tech world. Could maybe have helped us, I don't know.
And the last person we had come in, they actually, every department had sat down and went through their module, like, with an hour with the sales rep. And so if we're gonna do something, that's what we need to, don't talk about it, just come here and show us how it works. And let everybody, take a peek around inside and see how it all goes
I think it goes back to efficiency. I mean, there's modules on the new programs they have that even does what we're doing here manually on Excel for our budget. And it's all about input, putting in what you spent last year, and it's a push of a button. AI is creating it, so we'll definitely look into all of it.
We'll finish this up. So if we can, let's go back to line 131, that 15,400 for the new meter reader. I think you need to make a note there that this is not a reoccurring, this is a
One-time cost.
Yeah. it's one-time.
And Mayor, one more question about that. So is this the entire cost or half the
That's
cost?
the entire
That's the
cost.
entire cost,
Okay.
one time.
So you're charging it to, okay, it's going to utility billing?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
With that, let's get through, go ahead.
I was just saying, is that, I know, it says upgrade, is that something that will do gas and water?
Yes, yes.
So let's finish up page 11. That should be a pretty quick one, and then let's take a break if we can, if everybody's good with that. So this is our planning and zoning.
Yes, planning and zoning, so we talked about this in our last meeting, moving it out of, under other and into professional services. That's Zev Cohen charges. I've added some funds in here for a historic specialist. We've talked about that. They want to include a historic specialist for helping out with the amended LDC in that process. So I've added some dollars there for Zev Cohen. And we've also got the one-time Muni code fee, which I brought to you all. That's for $8,500. That is for putting the LDC into Muni code online. And then our fees for Civic Plus, this is our new yearly fees for recodification, service supplementation, and Muni Pro. And that's it. There's nothing else on that one. Pretty straightforward.
Where's the new?
So actual is 51. Last year we budgeted 50,000 for Zepco, and this year so far we've paid 51. You're going up to 60 with the understanding that hopefully that will take care of the historic.
Yes.
Now, keep in mind, 2025, 67. 2024, 77, but I believe that was also that 20, that was our,
We were doing LDC.
we were still doing our LDC. So I just want to make sure that as we go forward, that we're not setting ourselves up for shortfalls.
Shortfall, okay.
So make sure, if you would, before you bring us our final, that you've talked to Zev Cohen about this and making sure that with this historical, that we're on track for that, if you would, please.
Okay.
Does anybody else have anything?
That's good.
And then also, I think I mentioned that to you at one point, that if there's somewhere in here so that we can show, because we just have this, if we can show in here in our revenue what the offset has been from the fees that have been charged for these services to the residents.
You got that, Steve?
To make sure that we have that somewhere in there so that we can always go to it. Even if you want to put planning and zoning, you want to separate those out. I'm sure they've probably been put into miscellaneous.
I think so,
And
yeah.
so if you could separate those out and put planning and zoning,
Don't we have a service, the permit, the permit one?
it's permit, it's zoning permits, but see,
But there's nothing in it?
there's nothing in it. And I believe that's the county. I believe we do get, don't we get a percentage from the county, Steve?
Split, yeah, I believe so, yeah. for the
Yeah,
permits
we
they
get something for permits from the county. They give us, there is a small fee that we get for permits from the county.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a note in there.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so with that, I'm gonna take a recess.
Be right back.
And it's on my, it's on my. I got one in my pocket. Yeah, 'cause it's cold, it gets chilly. Good?
I got one.
You got what?
Oh, I feel so much better after eating a little food. Whew.
Okay. We are back in session.
All right,
So start with page 12, where we left off.
so we're gonna be on City Hall expenditures?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So Steve, if you could talk real quick, I know we had some budget items in here for the first line item, line 146 for workers' comp. If you could just speak to why that's at a 0 now.
Yeah, workers' comp, that's when we have our annual workers' comp audit. If we're over, we have to pay. Or I'm sorry, if we haven't paid enough, that's where that amount is coming in from, and it really doesn't belong there. It should be spread out amongst the departments equally, and not City Hall.
And that's what we did, so that's at a 0 now.
So do we want, so that's for the audit, is that what you said, the audit?
That's for the workers' comp.
Workers' comp,
That's
first line.
Yeah, that's a separate audit from the finance audit, so workers' comp audit.
Do we need to put audit next to it, you think, or just leave it the way it is with audit, with workers' comp?
It just says reallocated.
The separate funds, but it doesn't say.
You wanna put something like that, Steve?
Yeah, workers' comp, yeah, just audit, something like that.
Okay, I put audit in parentheses.
Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
I think that absolutely, if it's not some kind of insurance payment, it makes sense to say that it is for an audit. Because that's a whole different animal, I would have no idea.
Okay, professional services, Robert Taylor, this is where you put the Robert Taylor. Are we moving him over to,
A fire,
to fire?
yes.
Yes.
So he will be moved to fire, but we're still gonna leave in there the 7,500 for any type of other professional services,
Correct.
okay? Everybody good with that?
And so we talk about the actual right now, the 147.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about, yeah,
Right, so
but that's
be
gonna
moved
all
over
moved over, but
and paid
anything,
out of that.
anything else will go to fire because really it will be paying through him anyway, so everything, so he'll be moved over to fire.
And all those costs will.
And just on another note, we have filed all of the documentation in order for us to get those funds back and start requesting reimbursement. The state is actually behind only because they're in their own personal state audit at the fire marshal's office, and their software that they use is closed down for them to put that out. So as soon as that opens back up, we're fourth in line on the docket.
Okay.
And we'll be able to start getting reimbursed for these costs.
And how much of a turnaround are you expecting?
Pretty quick turnaround. She said it's a few weeks
Because it's
turnaround.
put it all on, you submit it online.
Lump sum.
It's direct deposit.
Right, correct.
So this where we have on line 149, it's the audit. This is where for the, and I'm not sure why, when the pension plan actuary, when they are part of the audit as well. Is that something that we should look into as far as being reimbursed back, or is that just a fee that we have to pay?
Well, if it's the fire pension, we should be getting reimbursed for
We
the
should
fire.
be, okay,
And I've actually talked with Sheila and Debbie about that, because I think we can actually, if Debbie Peacock, we can put her charges to the fire pension also.
to the fire pension also,
Correct.
okay. Okay, Wanda Kemp, she's ours.
That's the
Yeah,
employee
she's our
pension.
employee. Do you have any other questions on this before we move on?
Yeah, Mayor, I do have that one question. So if we don't absorb the cost related to the fire pension, then that diminishes the amount of funds available to pay off those pensions?
So you're saying that if we do, that subtracts from their pension, is that what you're
Or it
asking?
subtracts to the total funds available for their pension.
Correct, but it's invested, it grows.
It grows, and not only that, they're charged a service, they charge a service fee for that as well, correct?
Correct.
Because nobody's gonna do it, none of the actuaries are doing that
Yeah, not for free.
because they love the fire department.
No, I have those costs associated with
And it does make sense for the general fund to cover
Yeah.
the cost. The
Yeah.
pension fund did it.
So that
And the
should
pension
be,
fund is 100%, it's funded currently. I mean,
Yeah.
Has been.
It's been funded for a while,
It has been.
so it's not like we have a huge shortfall there.
Would you just check with Sheila just for Commissioner DeVito, and make sure that in fact that doesn't take away from any pension monies?
Yeah, it's totally separate, but I'll just double check with you.
Okay, just double check, okay. Advertising, so it looks like with our advertising, we feel like you've shared that with other departments.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
we have.
Okay, you're keeping the 2,000 in there for beautification.
Yes,
You have, and my understanding, Red, White, and Boone, that will no longer be, we're not funding that because they're taking that back. Is that what you've been told?
that's what I've been told. They're gonna be doing their own, separate from the city, handling the grants and all of that.
Who's this now?
The Red, White, and
The
Boone.
yacht club.
The yacht club,
The yacht club.
They're gonna take it back.
yes.
And,
I'm
insurance.
sorry, what line item are we in?
160.
Yeah, 160.
Okay, and that's listed as other?
Other,
Okay,
as a pass-through.
right, I had seen that in the last version.
Did you reduce that, was that given, did you reduce that as far as income and other? Because, if you're reducing it here, that means we won't be getting that in other also.
It's reflected in
Wherever,
the, it's
is it
reflected in the
reflected in our
income.
general revenue income? Just make sure.
Yeah, we'll double check. One item on here, Mayor, that's not on here, last time we had a meeting, the SPAN group had came and did a presentation. After the meeting, I had asked them to give me something as far as operationally what they were looking for. They didn't really expand on what they were looking for, cost-wise, monetary-wise. They sent me an email, and what they're looking for is a $5,000 aid to private organization, but it's not something where we would write a check out to them at the beginning of the year. It would be a performance-based, based on how many cats or dogs they fix. They would actually give us an invoice saying, we've done X amount of cats, they were in this area, and then we would then, of course, cut them a check for reimbursement. I did not put that in this budget. I didn't know how we wanted to do that, if that's something that the commission wanted to do. We could move around some funds to do it. Maybe it's not the full 5,000, but I know that they told me that the month that they came in and did the presentation, that next month they had serviced 30 plus cats, and that they would be willing to come back and talk to you all again about that. But
And they're working through flagler cats, it's my understanding.
Okay.
They're working through flagler cats, which is 45 plus per cat.
Yeah.
I don't know, that's something that I think we would have to discuss, because like even at the county commission, and I think this is something we need to really talk to Dawn
Okay.
about and our auditors. Even at the county commission meeting this morning, I think it was Commissioner Harvey said, he stated, and I wrote it down because, that it's, they really don't support nonprofits, that they look for the nonprofits and with some of these issues that they need to be looking at, some of the private sectors or some of the things that are out there. So just make sure, because we're already giving money to the nonprofit. We already did for the park.
Right.
All the municipalities did that, and that right now is not in service.
Right.
And then it comes down to, there's a lot to it, I think, that whose neighborhood's being served by these cats,
Sure.
because it comes out of all of the taxpayers' money. So I don't know, commission, if y'all want to weigh in. I mean, we know we have a cat issue.
Right.
We have a dog issue. We've got an animal control issue. We also pay county taxes.
Sure.
And we really should be leaning on, I believe, the county and animal control. And they've got to come up with a solution, because all of these other counties are having to, and I don't even think, Commissioner Burton, you've been dealing with, my understanding is Clay and some of those other ones aren't even, they won't take us anymore. And we've over kind of maybe even overburden some of those other shelters. And we really need to, but if we're fixing it here locally, that's not helping us maybe in the long run, because it's not making the county be responsible for it the way I feel the county needs to be more responsible.
So, Mayor, if I could,
Uh-huh.
this is an issue, and this is a poster issue for, to me, what we need to do. We need to, I think, particularly for the animal control issue, let the county know what they need to do for all of South County and the county, because we've had 2 workshops. It is, we are behind as a county. We don't have a fee other than the rabies tag. We don't have a program, a comprehensive program, the way Duval County does. So although, no, we don't, well, they have a comprehensive program. They have fees, they
Do you
have
know how long it took
rules.
them to do that? It's.
Yes, I know, but they have to start somewhere. I'm saying, we have none, so we have none. But, so to say, well, we're not going to support a private organization, they have to do something. And I think next spring, or whenever it is that we wish to, I think it would be very appropriate, I agree with you, to have something to ask of the county that we think would be effective. And to me, and as a stopgap, I would prefer reimbursing any organization that provides a valuable service to alleviate the situation, as opposed to, funding a startup that didn't work out. So anyway, I
Well,
agree,
and
we
you're
need to ask the county.
And again, you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say we're not going to support this. I
No,
said we need to investigate, we need to look into it.
Yes, no, I'm saying the county says they don't support nonprofits, and I'm saying, the thing that would be most appealing to me on a short-term basis would be reimbursement for an actual service that was performed. But I agree with you, I think we need to get our ducks in a row and ask the county, because our county wants to move into the future. That's an area that needs to be addressed, and you gotta start sometime.
And I don't think the county, even on their best days, would be doing TNR and trapping and neutering.
Right.
And
No, but
it's-
they should be able to provide some assistance with the spay and neuter.
And,
We're not asking them to trap them.
right, but I'm saying that that's what this group is
That's what
doing.
the cost is.
Right.
Is the spay and neuter,
Right.
that's what the
If
cost
this
is.
group is willing to do it, and until we can get the county involved with it, I don't have a problem with funding reimbursement, because at least we know that we're getting results. We're not giving money, like Commissioner Tavito said, we're not giving money up front to fund something, we are actually paying for results. And I do understand your point about shoving off on other counties, I understand that, but sometimes we do need the help. Yeah.
So let me just clarify a few things on my behalf. So number one, they do a great service. They do. They've taken, like you said, 30 cats. That could have been right back here. We have sometimes 30 cats, it seems like. And to get those cats taken care of. What my concern what my concern would be is if we're gonna fund this, then where do we stop? Because then it's gonna be the next group that comes in. And so we have to make sure that maybe we need a policy.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't have a policy in place. Maybe we need a policy. But I think you need to talk to our auditors, you need to talk to Dawn, just to make sure that as we go forward in doing this with nonprofit, and it's not just this one, this is a great organization. I commend them for what they do. I commend anybody who takes those cats, because I've done it myself. We've done it for all of our neighborhood cats and others, and Commissioner Burton has as well. So it's a huge task to take on. But we're also looking at, this would probably end up being a reoccurring charge, and we don't know what we're gonna be faced with next year. And so that's another concern too. So we need to have some sort of a plan. We need to make sure that with whatever we do, because then it's not just the cats, then we've got our homeless situation. We've got a major homeless situation that seems to be building. And what do we do? What do we do with that? I mean, it's not just, I'm not targeting them, I'm just saying that at some point, we need to have some sort of a policy
I agree.
that, and how we do this.
Okay.
Because then we'll be picking and choosing those that come before us.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I mean,
Yes, I agree that we should definitely have a policy, but I will just share with you that Crescent City is in danger of becoming very unlivable. One unspayed female cat and her descendants can be responsible for producing approximately 11,000 to
We know.
20,000
We
cats.
know all the stats.
we've heard all
And so
that.
does Putnam County know all the
Okay,
stats,
well,
and they don't wanna do anything about
But,
it.
but Crescent City's not gonna become unlivable because of the cat population.
It's getting there.
Well,
It's getting there.
There's other reasons Crescent City
you know, I mean, and I
is
know,
struggling with other things.
we've learned over here in my area where we've gone and taken all those cats and then we've released them and it's kept the other cats. I didn't believe that, but it has kept the other cats out.
Yes.
I'm saying,
that's what it
I
does.
agree with you that we need a policy and sooner rather than later because they keep coming. They are still coming. And it's not good.
And we've also, I mean, so the next thing we're gonna have, because we've got a huge, I mean, I get my neighbors daily with the peacocks.
Yes.
And we've got another, we have a peacock issue, and this past year, the males were in high, whatever you wanna call it, because we've had numerous cars down there that have been damaged, and I'm not talking a couple of $100, I'm talking damaged because of the male peacocks. And I was getting phone calls and I was getting pictures sent to me and I'm like, you know, so we've got a peacock issue too. So we need to, these are things that we need to address. And they're not gonna help us with peacocks.
No.
So they've already told us that they're not helping us because it's an invasive species. And so they're not gonna help us. Fish and Wildlife is not gonna help us. We're kind of on our own with these peacocks. And I love the peacocks. I'm not saying, please, everybody out there listening, love the peacocks. They add so much to our community, but we've gotta have somehow or another with the population, either we share them with those that have asked us to share them. I know Barberville, the Pioneer Settlement has asked us to share with them, but we've got to figure out something. So maybe that's an animal control issue that we need to bring back up for discussion.
Okay, and Mayor, before
Yes.
we leave, I guess this is City Hall. Is that right? We're still in
We're
City
still
Hall?
in City Hall.
Okay, because I have a comment about line 161 for beautification. Okay, ma'am, thank you. Okay, so there's $2,000 for beautification. Is my observation, I see 3,525 was spent in the current year, which was over the budget. So I assume that came from somewhere.
It's an allocation error.
Oh, it's an allocation?
It is an allocation error.
Okay.
Some of that needed to go to CRA Central.
Right, that was for the hanging pots. Okay, so two observations about the $2,000 for beautification. I know it's been $2,000 since at least 2018, if not farther. We don't adjust that for inflation, and I looked it up, and $2,000 from 2018 would be $2,675 now. And then I'm noting that there's a note opposite, I mean, 2,000 is good, but it's not adjusted for inflation as other lines are. It says City Hall parking lot. And, right, but it's my understanding that the Tree and Garden Board has been asking and put in the tree plan for plants for Eveline Park. One of the members of the Tree and Garden Board forwarded to me what their request had been, and I think it's been there for a couple of years. They asked for a couple of mature camellias, I think to replace some that have died. They requested 15 to 20 native shrubs for attracting butterflies. And they have prices for those, because we enacted the resolution to become a monarch city, and it said that the city would plant nectar plants for attracting butterflies as well. And this, I think, is a very important recommendation. They recommended 15 to 20 1-gallon sunshine mimosas for the steep bank on the northeast side of Eagle Lion Park that abuts the sidewalk on 17. That area is a problem because it's very steep. It's hard to mow the grass when it is dry out, when we have drought. The grass actually kind of dies back to the roots. That sunshine mimosa would not have to be mowed with a mower, and it would stabilize the soil. So anyway, they have requests in there, and I don't remember seeing them in our budget or actually having made it to the commission. So I just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention.
Thank you. That's a lot of information. You be
Yeah.
sliding down that.
Yeah.
You be sliding down.
Well,
Commissioner Zito, it's okay.
well,
It's okay.
ideally,
It was
somebody,
mimosa, think about it. So sunshine mimosa,
I
that
think-
sounds wonderful.
it's a ground cover.
I
It
understand.
sounds refreshing.
And you're taking your life in your hands if you're gonna slide down that part anyway. But anyway, that's the recommendation. I just wanted to share that.
Can we put that in CRA? Can we put that in CRA?
Maybe.
So thank you. I haven't seen any of that the tree that they're asking. The one thing with Eagle Lion is if you plant something out there, it has to be watered. And we've had, that was anytime we plant those trees, that's, can be a burden sometimes. So until we get the irrigation.
Right.
Where it needs to be. And I know there's irrigation because Miss Mary Ann, I think you were part of the irrigation, weren't you, back in the day? So there is some sort of irrigation out there.
There is.
We just have to figure it out, and I think you even have the blueprints, don't you? Do you have the blueprints? I thought I saw the blueprints somewhere.
Well, if you did, we need to find it.
Yeah, I thought I saw them somewhere. Another thing under this with the city, and I'm gonna bring this up, Christmas lights. It's
Why
coming
are
up,
we doing this?
what?
Why are we doing this? Go ahead.
It's coming up, it's that time of the year is coming up again. We left them in there this year because of the way we redid them, so you don't have to take them, you don't have to take the whole tree down, you have to take those that are missing down to make it easier. And it's been beneficial for people that have had them for situations, just to have them to turn them on.
Yeah.
But we've got, I think we have one box of those, one big box left.
Mhm.
But the Christmas tree lights is something that we've just been kind of doing, but we really need to figure out a program for these Christmas tree lights, because the amount of time and to get that, and we don't have Cecil anymore, so Cecil tag teamed with me. And that made it much quicker this last year for us to be in 2 different pieces of equipment. Because otherwise, you have no idea the amount of time that goes into it and the expense. However, it is truly, I think, a benefit to the entire community. And the community loves it. And as a matter of fact, Palatka, Leota has done that. They've just bought a Christmas tree, not Palatka, but the county has bought a 30-foot Christmas tree like ours because of how much people love the Christmas tree. So it's not something that we can stop doing. I think we need to continue doing it, but I think we as a commission, we've got to figure this out because we've lost Cecil. And even if we bring Cecil back just to help do that, that's gonna cost money.
Sure, it is.
And it's time, and we don't have the volunteers. I mean, the downtown partnership was very instrumental these last couple of years. And so that makes a big difference, and you're afraid of heights. So that doesn't help out either, because Charles and I were able to, but Derek is afraid of heights. So,
I'm going to.
I'm sorry, Derek, you turned around and didn't mean to share their personal issues, but they're issues for me, they're issues for me too. I've had to overcome them.
Yeah.
But it's, I just think that we need to really think about this and how we go forward with these Christmas lights. And I'm asking the commission to consider this and get their thoughts on it.
I just wanna say I volunteer every year, and last year Michelle wouldn't let me. Okay, I just wanna mention
Did not.
And I think we need to expand on the line on the city library, because it's kind of just
Yeah.
Eagle Line Park, but I was hoping that other businesses would get involved here, and we could kind of spread it up and down Central. It'd really be great to see downtown.
I think if we get our new poles out there, they'll have electricity. We can easily wrap those like you see in other cities where it's wrapped up
That's
and down
right.
Central Avenue.
The plan is to try to contact St. Augustine. They have their Heritage Oaks right in the center of town where they do the Night of Lights, and they have a system there. When we get into the Better Place, you'll see where we've allotted money in there to try to tackle that electrical issue, and the lights as a portion of that. So we'll try to do that with Better Place funds this year. Because like you said, the irrigation, the bones of that's already there. We just need to finalize, fix that.
And the electrical too, because the electrical is a constant, anytime it
Yes.
rains, we have to run to
There's-
the park,
correct.
we have to reset everything.
Correct. Correct. Another thing, last item on here that's new is $2,500. This is for our current web designer. We, of course, need to be ADA compliant by 2027. I believe it's April of 2027. This cost is for an upgrade on our current website and also the ADA compliance. We have priced out other designers and they are very expensive and we just don't have it right now. So, I think one of them, do you remember what Civics Plus was with all their inclusive? Was it $12,000?
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Plus it's expensive.
Yeah, that was the most expensive one. I think the least expensive was still around $5,000 or $6,000.
Okay, let's move on. If we remember other questions, page 14, this is our Putnam County Sheriff right now. We haven't heard anything, and so we're just gonna carry forward the historic rate.
I don't believe they've finalized their budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But when is our contract up?
Yes.
September,
Okay,
the end of the month of September.
So, you might wanna check on that because I don't know how it went up to 308. It's always been the 494, 825. It's a fixed rate, quarterly
Yeah,
fixed
so-
rate. So you just might wanna check on that.
Oh, I think is that up or down there? I can't see, I'm sorry. Because we had some extra costs in there for, I think we had to have extra officers for an event.
That's
And
probably
that's
what
what
it,
it went into?
yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, that's what it went
Okay.
into. And that was for
Red, white, blue?
4th of July.
Yeah, red, white.
Yeah,
Okay.
red, white, blue, 4th of July.
Okay. Well, you're not budgeting for that, for anything in the future if we were to need that.
Mhm.
So do you need to add another $500 onto this so that if we have an issue and we need additional, we've got it at least, so then we don't have a shortfall? I don't know, Commission, what do you think?
I'm gonna put that in because you are correct, and I will say spending the extra money this year at 4th of July saved a lot of hours, times, and trash in our parks. I'd like to do that again next year.
So you've got that you're gonna add that?
I added $1,175. Yes, ma'am. I'll balance it later.
Okay, let's move on if we can to page 15, which is our fire.
Mhm.
No real changes in the salary portion. Again, Medicare moving up into FICA. Moving down, the audit was also shared to this department, which was not shared before. The phones have been reallocated on this one as well. I think we ended up holding what was budgeted last time. And liability insurance has been decreased based on our new quotes. And the only other thing on here that's changed, and we have been working on this since the springtime, we've put in our lease option. Now, what I've given you is the worst case scenario lease option at this point, based on Unified, which is a nationwide company, at $1,387 with no down payment, with a $10,000 uplift. The uplift would be for the lights, the flashers, and the decals, and a $1,500 maintenance plan over and above. The warranty comes out to $18,144 for the year. And the plan is to get a new truck that will be able to service their quick response. It'll also be able to pull the boat anywhere in the county if needed. And at the same time, we will take the QR and transfer that to City Hall and give that to code enforcement, rewrap that truck. And code enforcement's truck will go to Keith over at Public Works, and they'll get a truck to pull. Because right now, Dave's guys we're borrowing a truck, they're borrowing a truck. We're down, I believe, 3 trucks total, or 4 trucks total right now, so.
So this is a lease.
This is a lease,
Okay.
yes.
So how much is the actual, it's 13, is that the total? 1387 a month?
Per month, yes, ma'am.
No down payment.
Okay, that's not leaving you, so that's $16,644, okay? That's $18,144 is what you have.
Yes, ma'am.
So that only leaves you with, hold on, $1,500 for any type of maintenance, when you got fire truck maintenance.
Well,
We've got other maintenance for some of those other vehicles. Look at what we've spent in the past.
I believe that goes under the equipment repair and maintenance.
So that would go under that,
Yes,
not
ma'am.
vehicle repair and maintenance?
No, ma'am, it would go under
That
the,
still doesn't seem like very much under equipment repair and maintenance. It's only 2,000. We don't want to allow ourselves a shortfall.
okay,
That fire truck, I mean, we know it's aged and
right,
we have to keep it. It has to be maintained at a certain standard.
I mean, there's gas oil and supplies down there too.
Yeah.
Operating supplies, gas oil, tires.
I'm just looking at, when you look at vehicle repair and
you're
maintenance,
thinking about the seals on the main apparatus. The seals, so it's recertified every
Yes.
year. Can we pull up to see how much that was? I'm sure it's like $1,500.
but even, I mean,
Yeah,
Derek, look over at your actual already this year is 3,968. Last year was 9,771. The year before is 6,969. So
We need more money.
you need more money in there. Obviously, that's what they're using for these vehicles, which I would think would possibly include our fire truck.
Yeah.
And it's the equipment on the fire
Yeah.
truck that would fall under equipment repair and maintenance.
Steve's gonna go take a look at that right now, just to make sure, but you are probably correct on that. I know that there were issues on the front end with the QR, tires and other things that we spent money on at the beginning of the year, specifically on the QR, but the re-certification that they go through, that's the cost that Steve's gonna pull up. That's the cost for the fire truck.
Right.
So I need to find that out,
So
and then we can adjust this accordingly.
I'll just add 4,000 of it for what the actual is now. If that 18,144 is just for the car.
Just for the new truck with the $1,500 maintenance.
You turn the air down. Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah, I got a little warm in here.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's just something that and then down here, state appropriations, that 3 million, that's gonna be changed based on what's already been paid out of this current fiscal year.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're gonna adjust that.
That'll be adjusted. Yes, ma'am.
But having that there right now takes out the
Yes.
3 million, so it's not.
So it balances.
Right.
Let's
Goes
just
in,
make
goes
sure.
out. Okay.
So once you do this, so let's talk about this too on line 186. Because with this lease option, if we go through this lease option, you're saying that we're gonna have to spend the $10,000 for the uplift lights and flashers and decals.
That's included already in that 1387.
Okay.
That is
That's
included.
in 1387?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not what was.
Yeah, that is included.
Okay, so
I Mower, but it includes.
Yeah, I can put that.
Because that makes it seem like. we have
And then their
$10,000.
maintenance plan is $1,500 for their maintenance plan, so you've left nothing in there for any of the other vehicles.
That's why I said we need to have.
I'm just wondering, I know that you have a plan with this lease, and I hate to be, I'm not sure that, I don't know, commissioners, does anybody else have any thoughts on this? This is a lot of money, and this is a reoccurring expense. So this is, once we do this, it's recurring.
It's a 3-year commitment.
3-year commitment, but then after 3 years, we're gonna have to figure something out, because we won't own that vehicle. We'll be in, so it's a
Yeah,
continuing.
we can either continue or sell. Yeah.
Get a new vehicle, so we're always going to have that where if we have the money in better place.
Right.
What's better for us? I mean,
I
Now,
mean, what
they,
that vehicle costs new, I mean, 75, 85.
How much
well, it depends on what you get on it, but about $80,000. The
is that on the state contract?
state contract, it's a little lower on the state contract, but what they've also figured up, and I can bring to you all, or email you all, their study shows that the vehicle that we're selecting, of course, the resale value will be higher, much higher, in the thousands than what it will be owed on the vehicle after 3 years. So if we decide to trade it in, we'll have a lot of equity in it, or we keep it. That's a decision we'll have to make, but each one of them, that's basically what this company does. They'll monitor and set it up, they look at the mileage, all of that stuff. And the other thing that I didn't account for, because I just don't know, is what our trade-in would be. We have an idea of what we can get for them, but the vehicles that, of course, other than the QR was coming here, the other trucks, because I'm gonna propose this for Public Works and Gas, we have vehicles that will be traded in or sold. And that's income that's not in this budget, because I just don't know what it is. Yeah, I didn't wanna guess at it.
What company is this? that you use?
This is Unified, the one that we presented a few months back.
Because I mean, there's several of these people at Atlas.
There are,
And every time I talk to them, I don't understand how it works, but they do it.
They do
And it works for multiple other cities.
It does.
And I've talked to a few cities, and I'm like, this is the only way to go. Instead of having, put out all that money up front to an asset that you're losing value constantly on. This is a way to really kind of.
I don't disagree, it's my oversight on the fire truck portion. We're gonna get that, and I can fix that in here.
The other thing too is how many trucks have we bought out of the Better Place Plan money?
Yeah.
Which is really, I think, a total waste of money, okay, and because each truck seems to cost about $23,000 to $25,000. They basically last maybe what, a year and a half, it seems?
Yeah, we got some.
Yeah, they've lasted, some last longer than others, and I think in the past y'all probably bought, less expensive used ones with higher miles.
It just seems like we were buying 1 to 2 a year. That's what it seems like to me.
Okay. So, may I,
Yes.
to follow up on Commissioner Burke's comment, we have never had a listing of a good inventory. We had very briefly, but a good inventory of our expensive capital equipment with a depreciation schedule. And so I think the reason that seems like, and I share Commissioner Burke's feeling that we're always buying something, is because it's not laid out and planned. And so it comes up in the middle of the year as a need.
An emergency.
Right, so we don't have a good sense of what we have spent over time. You're right about that, and it always seems like a surprise.
And the other thing too is, I don't see where any of these vehicles that we own, not one single one, vehicle, Kubota, tractor, whatever, okay, are even on a maintenance plan anywhere.
Correct.
I don't see where they're going out to have regular maintenance. My car goes in for regular maintenance, and you learn to appreciate doing that. But our trucks, man, they're used, and they're really not taken care of.
That's one thing too, that, maintenance plan is one, but the warranty that we get with these trucks, for the first 3 years that we're in this, everything is covered bumper to bumper. Electrical, mechanical, motor, all of it. Any recalls, all of it's taken care of. and it's less cost out of our pocket. So I think it's a great thing, but we do need to get the fire
That should be the
apparatus.
case with any car we buy.
Yeah.
You should have at least a 36,000.
I don't know about what you purchased in the past. Now, I do know what Commissioner DeVito asked about on the asset list. We actually had to put this together, and the company Unified created that list and the associated depreciation values for it. That was something that they actually provided to us as a service.
Okay, but,
So will you provide it to us?
Yes, I will.
but it goes, that list of expensive and depreciating equipment is very extensive. It goes way beyond just the trucks. It's
Right.
The,
Well, we have to have it for.
the public works vehicles, the public works equipment.
The rubber tire backhoes.
Well, right,
all of
there's
those,
a
the
lot
dump
of
trucks.
equipment, and it is my understanding that other municipalities, one of our past direct finance directors, they automatically have a list. It's a working list, and they know what they need to replace when. And Commissioner Banks and I asked for this years ago. But Mayor, I have a question about the lease that says vehicle repair and maintenance, then the lease option, and everyone's been talking about a truck. This is not the fire engine, correct?
No, it is
Right,
not.
Cannot be.
No.
This is which,
This is for replacement of the SUV.
Quick response vehicle.
okay. Because it just says vehicle repair and maintenance, it doesn't specify which item it is. So it's the quick response vehicle, it's a truck that would,
Well, that should be.
right, quick response, it's the truck that would pull the boat.
Right.
Okay, so SUV, all right, I'm gonna write that in line 186, thank you, thank you.
That's necessary.
And I put that in the notes up here.
Okay,
Did you find out how much that is?
Yeah, the last annual repair and maintenance we did, it was roughly $2,600.
Okay, so for the big fire apparatus, $2,600. So I can add that in here. And Yeah.
So I understand with. I don't know with the fire department that right now that we need to get ourselves locked into a 3-year contract. I just don't know.
Okay.
We don't know. None of us know, of course. We won't know really a whole lot until later on.
Right.
You're gonna have to find a new chief. I mean, you're gonna have to have a new chief, and maybe that, if you haven't, when you get a new chief, that's something, that's a conversation with that new chief. It might be that we are where we need to be.
Right.
It might need to be that in the future, in order to keep this fire department up and running properly.
Right.
And that we might have to look at some sort of a taxing authority. We don't know. That's something that we might have to think about, depending on what happens. Yeah, the fire service fee
Fire service.
that we might have to think about. And so right now, where I can see in our public works, I just don't know right now that's my opinion. I'm one of 5. I don't know how everybody else feels, but if we lock ourselves down, we're locking ourselves down for 3 years.
Now, I do want to remind you all too, this is worst case scenario. This is the highest price from Unified because they gave us 3 quotes for 3 different trucks. This one covered all of them. They were a range, I believe, $150 difference. However, is Keith still here? Did he sneak out? That's okay. We were also looking at other dealerships in St. Augustine. We can lease a truck for $600, $700. We would just have to pay for the uplift. Now, we could pay for that uplift by selling a vehicle or getting some of that surplus money back. I just didn't put that in here. I wanted to budget it without that, worst case scenario, and put that in there, but I don't disagree with you either. We can't predict the future, and we would be stuck in a 3-year lease. Now, they do also have 1-year lease options, and I can bring that back to you all. I just had selected the 3-year originally, but they do have 1-year lease options
I'm
too.
sure the 3 years is gonna be less expensive than.
I believe it is. Yeah, I believe it is.
Still combined.
So I don't know, Commission, what do you, at this point with this budget?
I would be more comfortable getting it on the public works vehicles than maybe the quick response vehicle. I mean, as far as I've been told, there's nothing wrong with that truck.
No, there's not.
So I don't know why we need to necessarily,
The-
I know we're talking about replacing things on time and having a schedule, but to me, that doesn't seem like that's our first priority.
Right.
I think we need public works, we need to get that, although switching them around.
The only thing that I've heard from staff is that sometimes, and it can be whether it's in a call in the rain or whatever, if they're in other parts of our county, a lot of dirt roads, and it's not four-wheel drive, it's an all-wheel drive. This is a four-wheel drive 4x4 truck. So it's just different, and they can haul some more materials in
How
it.
often are they responding to calls in other parts of the county?
They respond all the time in
Have
Southern
they ever
Putnam.
had to be pulled out?
That I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
I
was
think
my
I think they
question.
avoid
How many
going in
times?
certain
Okay.
areas, yeah.
I mean, yeah, and there's dirt roads even in Crescent City, but.
Yeah.
So I would
Um,
think most of their responses would be.
Commissioner
okay.
Vieira.
Mayor, if I could. So a couple things. I agree with you. I'm a little leery given the uncertainty about future income of being in a 3-year lease. Secondly, this is a very detailed issue. It's about a significant amount of money. I would be much more comfortable looking at something like this if we had the details in writing, more than just in the notes, and
We'd
we,
have to bring it for us
okay.
anyway to do it.
He would have to
Okay,
bring it
but-
before us, but right now, this
But
is
my-
for funding.
Right, my point is, for funding for an issue like this, I think the best way for it to come before us is in writing. We have spent a lot of time asking questions. I think this is probably very hard for anyone listening to this to hear. It would just, I think we could absorb it much better, and I would feel more comfortable about basing a decision on a summary in writing.
Okay.
'Cause
So where do we want him to do for this 18,000? We need to give him some direction. What do you want to reduce it to?
We can reduce it back to 7,500, which
You
was,
don't wanna get the truck, right? So just
Well, no, I don't know that we don't want to get the truck. I'm just saying that for right now,
take it
until
out of the fire.
if it,
7,500.
with 26 being added with the 18, it would put us to 20,744 on this, just to cover the fire truck. That would be your total cost. Just to let you know. Yeah, the apparatus.
What line item are we talking about?
Same one, the
186.
186. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so to budget for 2027, you're saying you would need,
20,744 would cover the yearly annual certification for the fire apparatus, and it would cover the lease, and it would cover the maintenance plan for that
But
lease.
not anything else.
Not anything
For
else.
any of the other. And I'm wondering if you put that under equipment or if you put that under vehicle repair and maintenance. Steve, do you know?
Oh,
Yeah.
the certification of the fire truck, I would put that under vehicle maintenance.
Okay.
Like equipment, I would think that would be anything, like generators and things like that, or the
Yeah.
jaws
I don't know,
light.
Commissioner, we need to move on, but let's get an amount.
Let's leave it like how it has it, the 2744. Then it's a placeholder and we're kind of covered. And you can bring us some more information about the lease later.
I will.
Okay, so that means with that, you're gonna have to find that additional. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Burton handed me her phone and just for transparency, just to let me know she has to leave here at 2:45.
Okay.
There's a
Yeah.
appointment.
All right.
So let's move
Are
on.
we ready to go?
Okay, you have something else?
Yeah, the volunteer incentives.
Yes.
188. Our previous fire chief was complaining that he wanted to increase those.
Yes,
Right now, our actual is at 35,888. We're
Yes.
budgeting at 35.
it was for the unforeseen dry season and all the fires we had. That's why that number's higher.
Okay.
We just
I
can't
just wanted to-
anticipate the acts of
I
God.
wanted to bring it up because
Yeah.
he wrote, there was several places in your city manager report that he was requesting higher incentives.
As is, Chief Jason, and we reduced that. Remember, we reduced it a couple of years ago because we had to, they hadn't
60,000,
they hadn't used it, but,
but maybe that's a chief thing. I mean, maybe that's based on leadership.
and that's significant. This time, I know with the fires was a big concern
It was.
because there was significant overage.
Yes.
So I just wanted to.
Without that significance this season, we would have been well under this budget this year.
but we haven't in the last 2 years. Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
Well, you just said we haven't in the last 2 years. Fire is very common now. Drought is very common now. I don't think that we can assume that we are not going to have
Another dry year.
another dry year. And we
Well,
just,
even the aquifer, even with this rain, the
Yes.
aquifer is still extremely low.
exactly. So unfortunately, you know, you pointed out, we've been right at this level for the past 2 years.
Right.
So I would almost say
Absolutely.
that you probably need to add some into that.
37,000.
How much?
Added $2,000 to it to make
Okay.
it 37,000.
And just make sure that your chief knows, whoever the chief may be, that they know. And I think this is with everybody, Derek. Because when you look through this, all of your directors have got to know
Where they're at.
where they are month by month by month. We do, you do at your house,
Right.
you know, it's no
Right.
different. You've got to know and you've got to spend within your budget.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't mean to be so strong about that, but
I think it's a point well taken.
so we're very.
And we need
strong.
to know where they are.
So I believe this year what we're doing, and part of the reason we were asking them for the training is that we want to create a portal for all of the directors to be able to sign into so they can see live what their actual numbers and budgets are. We're going to be working on that program this year, so they have access.
Well, that makes it easier for Steve.
Yeah.
So that
Plus,
could
they can look day by day if they can go in there and take a look.
Yeah, every day.
be- And hopefully keep track of things that might get miscoded in different lines too.
Right.
Yeah.
So they should be able to catch it right
As a
there.
They
catch.
should be able to catch it,
Yeah.
yeah. That's not mine, that's not where it goes,
Right.
yes. Okay, let's move on if everybody's okay with page 16, which is gonna be code enforcement. Do we have anything with code enforcement? You've increased her telephone and internet because you've added a Wi-Fi hotspot, is
Yes,
that correct?
correct.
So that she can print on the, okay.
Mayor, one
Yes.
question. So, got one thing that occurs to me, and I'm just throwing this out. If we are going to enact any form of minimum maintenance standards, are we going to have adequate time from the code officer to address them? And then, we talked a lot about having Crescent City look better. I really am very concerned that, you know, we don't have anyone to call after 5 and on the weekends. And somehow we need, we need to make sure that we have, we're funding the time we need to address things like out of town property owners and those, we have a lot of hardship cases that, you know, we have spots that just don't look good. They're ongoing problems. So is 30 hours enough for that? How do we address, how do we address those, and is the code officer gonna be able to cover enforcement of minimum maintenance?
Well, first off, I
Just a
think
thought.
after hours, if there's an issue after hours on the weekends, you call the city manager. And the city manager is gonna make that determination if he's gonna call the code enforcement in, is that
Whoever
correct?
needs to get the call.
So that's what I would do with that, and we've had to do that in the past, and she's had to come in, on a Friday. She doesn't work on Friday, she's had to come in on a Friday, she's had to come in on a Saturday. And you're gonna have to, figure that out with her. Commissioner DeVito, you really,
I'm just,
I know, I think that this is an issue that we've shared, that we are spending a lot of money in our code enforcement office. And what is the return right now? And this is a hard conversation, and especially a hard conversation to have publicly. But we have to have it publicly.
Sure.
In 30 hours a week with the amount of area can you cover that? And, I think that we could definitely be doing more. I think we could be a little more proactive already.
okay,
But that's my thoughts. I've shared that with our city manager, because I felt like if we see it, why is our code enforcement officer not seeing it? And if she's not, and if we're seeing it and she's seeing it, why are we not acting on it?
Right.
And I've had from quite a few, seems like now it's more regular that, there for a long time, we were really, but as you drive through the streets right now, I mean, everybody's blowing their grass in the street.
Yeah, that's a
I mean,
problem.
Yeah,
Get out there on the streets. If you're on a golf cart, you
That's a
can see it, especially if you're walking, you see it. Everybody's blowing, and
Right.
the grass in every other yard right now, and I know it's hard to keep up with it, but it's up to your knees.
Got to be out there actively driving to see it. And I know that some of the things, and the majority of things that are called or caught out that I bring to her attention, she has a file and a case on already. So she's working them, but they take time. And, we're trying to get her everything she needs to be as proactive as she can be. But I don't disagree. We need to be ahead of it instead of behind it, so.
Where's the cost for the special magistrate? Is that under this department?
Is he? I saw him somewhere. I saw the magistrate somewhere. Is that under City Hall?
Was that under legal?
Was operations and maintenance now?
I did not see it under legal. Was it there? I didn't see it.
I saw it somewhere.
Good catch, Commissioner Lori.
Maybe it was. I saw magistrate, I saw it over in
Does staff know where it is?
I'm looking right now.
Special magistrate? No, good catch.
Okay.
So he's not in there, right?
That wasn't complaining.
Code
was it?
enforcement, so it's not.
I don't think that was
so there's where
planning
we
and zoning.
Get it.
Additional cost for special. No, I don't see it in here.
Yeah, so
Not special magistrate.
Good catch, Commissioner Lori.
I know we had for operations and abatement, but not special magistrate.
well, what,
Are you sure it wasn't included in that?
yeah, because I mean, what's the?
We had to
24
have-
to-
How much have we paid? Do we know how much we've paid to the magistrate? What is our,
is it like
See,
it's every other,
$175
it's every other?
Every other month,
I think so, yeah.
which is, it's like, it's a flat.
I can check that for you real quick.
Right,
Yeah, I have 2,800 in the budget for the operations and
I
abatement.
mean, because 2402's been spent.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know, have we done any other?
We haven't done any abatement.
Right.
We've done
So
no
that-
abatement, so that might be where the magistrate is.
Yeah.
So it's probably-
That sounds about right for the 2,800.
And then, so I mean, the budget. What we have budgeted is enough,
And so where are y'all finding that? Thank you.
operations and abatement 210.
And
210.
something else, while people were waiting on him to find that real fast, I will say this. The gentleman came to us, for the eucalyptus property. And we as a commission have got to probably, I don't know, I don't want to say tougher, but we've got to really, he was gonna redo that property. He made all, the eucalyptus one, over here on eucalyptus.
Oh, right.
Yeah, okay. He was gonna do all kinds of things to that property and clean it up and then probably resell it. Well, he put it back on the market immediately. He still hasn't closed on it, but he put it on the market for right under 100,000.
Okay.
I think yesterday I looked and he's dropped it down to like 59,000.
Oh, wow.
59,000. So he's trying to sell that property.
I don't know.
And he doesn't own it, but he's obviously selling it to them. He's the listed agent.
Oh.
And, we were giving him some concessions there with the assurance that he was going to, so that's,
Is it cleaned up?
no,
Okay. So,
No, it's still bad.
You know, one other thing I wanna say, even in abatement, remember on Carroll,
Yeah, yeah,
you know, I just went by there, there's a tent out there.
oh, it's a mess.
But, I mean, to be clear, she's deceased.
She is deceased.
Well, whoever owns it,
No, I know, but then that becomes a problem. And Mayor, out of courtesy to Commissioner Burton, since we're only partway through this, does she possibly, should we ask her if she has any particular issue or something she wants to speak with us before she goes?
and if I did, I'll bring it back.
You can listen,
Yeah, I can.
so you, I mean, you can listen on, as you drive. I've
You
done
call
that.
while I'm in the car,
But you can't talk back.
Right.
Or I'm saying, is there anything you had on your list that we didn't
huh? You
get
can
to?
talk back, but you just won't hear it.
Right.
Correct.
I'm sure she'll talk back.
And you can help Eric, people's phones.
But if there is something, you could text him
Yeah, no, I can.
and he can, but there's not anything that you're,
No, not anything. No,
That
you
sticks
pretty much
out.
have gone, yeah, you pretty much have hit all the highlights, I guess. For right now, anyway. And I think, I did notice though that he's got another rental car in there. So, I mean, and all I'm gonna say about stuff like that is, we need to consider getting a fleet. And I'm not exactly sure how to go about that, but that stays in great shape, that is always maintained, and hopefully runs all the time, and we have something that we can turn it back in and get something that's worthy of a replacement. Right now, we just don't do that.
and I don't disagree with you. I just don't know that the fire department, that we need to do that in the fire department. Public Works is a whole nother,
Well, I asked them about that because we just had an issue with the fire department as well, so, but I also, well, that's one thing I do agree with, and, there was one other thing too, but, yeah, it'll come to me, I'll call you.
Patsy. He can, take, you gotta
I'll
do
be
that.
that
You ever
irate
done that?
caller that calls.
Just don't send us irate, just don't send us irate texts, okay?
Not emojis.
You know, I'm
No,
better than
no
you.
emoji.
Emojis can be misinterpreted. Yeah, I mean, things.
Sometimes they don't even send that emoji that you choose. The system will send something that looks different.
Yes, I know it, oh my gosh.
Really?
Sometimes it's funny. See, we had a little,
Your Android phones.
armadillo in her backyard, so Tracy paid Debbie next door, and she says, I have an armadillo in the backyard, and I'm hosing it towards, and it went down under our fence, and it's now in your yard. So anyway, we get a text back from Debbie, and she says, oh, Dylan's in my front yard now, and it's like, did she name this guy? But that's what they changed it to,
It
it's
doesn't
Dylan,
change, it changes.
instead of armadillo. All right, we'll be
Bye, be
seeing
safe,
you.
it's supposed to be raining out
Be
there.
careful.
Really?
So how much?
$500 every other month.
$500?
And it's supposed to be under that line
Lines in
item,
the
so.
operations and abatement line. That's where it's going, but we
So
get,
it's $6,000.
would be what, 3,000 times 6, yeah, or I'm sorry, 500 times 6.
Okay,
Which is
3,000.
Yeah.
I got 6,000.
Do you want to create a separate
I'm
line?
thinking 1,000 minus 2.
Did you want to create a separate line? for that, or-
as long as there's a note, that's.
Okay.
You need to have something in there.
Okay,
I mean, yeah, because you don't need to be making
oh, yeah,
a new
it's,
account line, or new lines, because that's what it's for.
I'm not sure what operations and abatement, how we have an actual $2,400, because if we,
I mean, that's special magistrate. Are you in 24 and 2?
yeah, I don't know where that came from, I guess we'll have to, maybe I'll have to look at that
I
and
mean,
listen
to
later.
interrupt the meeting, when I went to go grab my charger.
Mayor, could I ask a question, please?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we on?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Oh,
He's
okay.
not, but we are.
Okay, so my question is, line 210, that's supposed to be the one where the special magistrate is, but his amount then is not included in there? Is that what we're saying?
Well, we don't know if that's where he's supposed to be. That's what we were thinking he was supposed to be, and they're saying that no,
Okay.
it's $3,000 for the special magistrate.
And currently, that's where it's being charged.
It is.
That's where it's being,
That is
that
where-
is where,
yes,
so
yes.
I think you need to put something in there that says magistrate, operations and abatement or something to that effect.
I did here, I put in parentheses, special magistrate.
Okay.
What did because I changed the number on here, what was the number originally that I had?
You had $2,800.
So I think I'm gonna put it to $4,000. I'll add a little bit and just put it to 4,000.
So that'll give you $1,000 for operations and abatement
Yeah.
outside the magistrate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Because Mayor, usually isn't abatement, that's if we have to pay to go mow something or,
Right,
I mean,
or to tear something down, that's.
So tear it, yeah,
what we have in this budget, if I may, sorry, would not even remotely approach the cost of actual demolition. It would deal with trash removal and owing, but demolition, we've discussed, is hugely expensive.
well,
And anyway,
$10
if we do, we would do, and then put a lien against the property.
yeah,
Right, but we've discussed this.
you have
the money
to,
up
so when
front.
we abated the Denelli property,
Yes.
we had to have a huge, I think we had to have 2 huge construction dumpsters, I think that's
Right.
what it took. That was a significant cost, then that's what would come out of this.
Right.
The $1,000 would not have covered that.
Right, I'm saying maybe a small trash removal or
20 years,
mowing.
20 years ago, we were mowing
Yes.
people's yards and putting that charge on them. But it's still in our codes to do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
It is,
but we were doing it much more aggressively than and the code enforcement board was ordering it done on a lot of properties.
and that's something for us to maybe later on think about. We don't have the manpower, but that doesn't mean we can't contract with a lawn service and have an actual fee that we would have to expend and that would go towards,
Share the cost.
yeah,
Mhm.
to that cost,
I mean, like a towing contract,
kind of like a
Yeah,
towing contract.
but somebody has to pay them.
We'd have to pay them on the front end and we'd have to put charge that to the property through the abatement,
Something that worked.
I think I just feel like we have a responsibility to the homeowners out there, and that's why with this minimum maintenance standard,
It's coming to you all.
is that because it's not fair to the person living next to them and what it does to their property value.
I agree.
Yeah. And it is, okay.
Okay. Any other questions on any of this, the rest of it?
On page 16? Are you keeping up with these added, so this is at the end,
I'm adding everything live as we go, yes, ma'am.
so that we know at the end where we are, how much more we've added to this budget?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, because right now,
Okay.
you've added an additional 6,475 to the budget.
total, okay,
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am,
that you've got to find somewhere.
I will find it.
Public Works, Public Works, let's move on to page 17.
Mhm.
All right, so same thing here with the Medicare going into the FICA. No wild changes on that. We had the reduction in workers' comp, the shared cost for the audit added in this one.
Straight lines.
We do have the telephone internet in here as well with the Wi-Fi hotspot. I think that was just a copy in print or a copy, so I'm gonna take that out. The streetlights, FP&L, so this has been checked. We have those additional lights on the north end of town. We have 137 LED lights. It's $5,600, give or take. That's for the billing per month. So we've added that in our budget for this year for a total of $67,200, and that is for the power.
Are we getting more money from DOT?
We are, but that's for maintenance, so it's a little different than, that's for the maintenance of the lights.
Are we, for the maintenance of the lights?
Correct. It's a maintenance contract for the lights. So when they go out, we notify them, they come out and
That's FPL.
FP&L.
No, but But
No,
DOT
DOT,
pays
you have
us-
to go through DOT.
FPL owns the lights, we pay for the lights. DOT pays us for the lights on 17. So if we have new lights added, is DOT paying us more? This has been a question I asked all the way back to Brad. Because now we're paying $6,700
Put the top in the red.
or $67,000 a year.
New contract number.
We were paying $34,000 a year. Those new lights on the north end are additional charges. And I mean, DOT was the one that ordered the lights to be done through FPL. So are they paying us for those?
Okay, it should be in there somewhere.
Right here, the traffic and the street light maintenance.
Street light maintenance?
So this is the street light maintenance, what we're receiving from the DOT is $49,091.
Well, we have a lease for street light maintenance. Can we find out, now is that,
And then on the traffic signal maintenance, that's $73.86.
right?
Right.
And that is for maintenance, that's for us to fix the traffic.
So maybe when we did this, maybe nobody went back to DOT and said,
There's
you've
additional.
added these additional lights, and so you need to contact DOT.
We'll double check, but I'm pretty sure that we did. I have the documentation that shows those added lights, but I'll go back.
There's the money.
Yeah, so
We'll go back
for
to
those
the
added lights, that they need to,
We're paying a considerably
Yeah.
increased amount for the lights, they need to be paying us.
and remember, at one point, we had 12 of them out. I think it was DOT that we had to contact, and then they in turn contacted FPL. It was, FPL worked through DOT with those, on those.
Right, okay.
Because
They're working.
Carol, because Carol, when I contacted Carol, I had to go to, anyway.
It is a significant amount of money.
Yes. A recurring significant amount.
Yeah.
So I mean, we need to make sure that,
We maintained,
I love having them, they're great, and it definitely makes things safer, but.
Keeps the road safer,
Oh,
keeps
yeah.
the highway safer. We really don't have any housing down there. We have a business, but
It just does make.
it does make a big difference.
so on here, we have our tree maintenance that we've continued, even though we had all of the work done and that the trees lifted this year, the canopy lifted, and an accounting of all of those main trees, we put it back in this year so we could continue maintaining our tree canopy. Vehicle repair and replacement, this is the lease option here, same numbers that you saw before. So that is 18,144, that's at 1387 at 12 months plus the $1,500. Difference on this one is that it's the vehicle maintenance is added on here. This is not for, the fire truck, this is just for one vehicle.
It doesn't need flashers, or does it?
It will still have flashers.
Does it have
Yeah,
flashers?
it just won't have as much, no sirens and things like that.
What's an uplift? Is that just what it's
That's what
called,
they
the
call them.
uplift?
Yeah, the
The
uplift.
decal, we did those decals, so we put our own decals
Yeah.
on,
And
so,
we can do that. We get our stickers from Dave's Tops and
Yeah.
Trims and put those
yeah,
on.
that's what we did last time. With those new trucks we just got in.
So if we don't do the quick response vehicle for the fire department and then move that over here and remove, is that gonna mess things up?
The only difference is that if we don't do it for the fire department, then Keith won't get an extra truck. I was gonna give him Pam's truck right now, because she was gonna take the QR.
Right.
That's the only difference.
Meaning
If
Public
not,
Works, or like, you mean Keith himself or Public Works?
no, Public Works.
Okay.
Yeah, I apologize, yeah.
Public Works, they need an additional truck.
Okay.
Right now, we have, I think, two, they're having to ride together.
Correct.
They need an additional truck.
But if we're-
And that truck that Pam has would be perfect to pull one of the small trailers with mower and
But this,
Others.
in this leased vehicle is an addition? Because we're leasing one in Public Works right now.
yes,
That's what we're talking about.
it's
So you need that one too.
it's an additional truck.
So
Yeah.
that
And
could
the
move
queue.
over to here.
So you don't, what I'm saying is, right now, do you need two trucks in Public Works?
They need two trucks.
Okay.
They
So we
need two
to
trucks,
move the
but
one QR over into
But they
the-
can get, if we don't, they can get away with one for now.
You need one truck and a replacement truck.
Correct.
Okay,
That's
it's
correct.
a little different. So you need
Right.
one truck and a
And a
replacement truck.
replacement truck.
When Kevin was there, Kevin he operated on the Kubota or he operated on the golf cart.
That's right.
Not a truck.
That's
And- But the other ones, they can operate by vehicle. They
Yes.
can drive.
Yes,
So that's,
That's what I just wanted.
yeah.
sorry.
That's fine.
Small tools, is there anything else in here? Repairs for sidewalks and streets.
So repairs for sidewalks and streets, we've been trying to work with the county right now on who's responsible for Vernon. Who's responsible for that stretch of 308, right there going from, East Grand Rondo to West Grand Rondo. And we've been getting pushback from them. But there's a bunch of cracks along that sidewalk. There's cracks along this sidewalk on Central, so
I mean,
the sidewalk, this is for sidewalk that's our sidewalk, not
right.
sidewalks in front of people's homes, because our code right now says that's their responsibility. Keith is very clear with that with me when I ask him to fix something. So this is just for our sidewalks. We used $2,500 last year to fix the issue down in the lake end where that curb, where the water had went over the curb, and we fixed the curbing in that area.
You've got children, and the one thing with the county, I think you need to talk to them as far as that is right now, those children have further to walk. They're less than that 2 mile. So I think there's a lot, they're having to go a little further. Huh?
They don't have a sidewalk.
They don't have a sidewalk out there,
No, so they can't walk.
but, so what are they?
supposed to ride the bus.
They're supposed to ride the bus.
think everyone-
Okay.
Yes, they have an exemption.
Okay. For some reason, I thought that they still had some that were riding their bikes down there.
We still have a lot of people that are walking that. I mean, it's always used. It's a very used sidewalk, and there's multiple cracks in it. I mean, big holes. So we just want to get it fixed. If the county's not willing to step up, I mean, we need to get it done. So.
You know, I thought it was just, honestly, I thought it was just Crescent City with sidewalks, but I pay a lot of attention to sidewalks now. And I don't know how you keep up with it, because like we were in Savannah over the weekend, and there wasn't a sidewalk that wasn't
Yeah.
cracked and mess, and I'm like, the constant, watch out, be careful, be careful, be careful. Same thing up in Maine, you know, so I don't,
The grinding stuff, you know, your
Yeah.
company that comes in and grinds it.
the grinds of.
And that's expensive.
Yeah.
It is very expensive for
If somebody
grinding.
trips over the- I mean, we have slabs all going up and down, just right now in front of South State Bank. I tell you, because when I go to the women's club, by wheelchair, and it is bump, I mean,
Yeah.
if someone walks down there, they're gonna,
I
and
agree.
then
My
that's a liability.
understanding that half an inch is a liability.
Yeah. And
More than
we're
half
way
an inch
more than half an inch
is a liability.
Yeah.
So we might need to look into that.
And the other thing is too, we've contacted DOT. We have a lot of DOT sidewalk along 17, and even had one of our residents
Yeah.
fall and hurt herself.
Yeah.
And the
absolutely.
DOT's been just not there for us on that, because it's their responsibility.
Yes.
But it's in our
And
city.
she was hurt.
She was. I
She
had
was-
pictures. I
It was
sent
a
all that to the
Sunday. She was
DOT.
hurt. Yeah.
So,
She was
Um,
an elderly
oh,
resident.
there we go.
So you need to-
So moving forward, small tools, that's something that's always needed. I don't think they've used, but maybe 50% of that this year. But it's definitely something that's needed. Operating supplies, again, those are needed. These guys are out in the field 24/7. They're always going and using equipment. It's just gonna get damaged, so this is for replacement. Street repair supplies, this is for our asphalt patch.
Yeah.
I would have liked to go with a little bit more, and I probably will next year in the budget, but this year I'm trying to push a lot of asphalt work out of the Better Place plan, so we will cover a lot of those areas that have holes. And so hopefully we can get that done, between Better Place plan and CRA for asphalt work. Equipment, machinery, there's nothing in there for that. There's no purchase for major equipment this year in that general fund. And then uniforms, we talked about this earlier. What Steve and I did was we split out the uniform cost contract, which was about $6,500 somewhere, give or take, between the departments that were actually going to use them. So we split them out between public works, streets, parks, water, wastewater, and gas. And so that's how it's split out. So this year, the cost for public works uniforms for the streets is $1,352, and they'll have clothes every week. Nice, clean.
Have we worked through that?
We have.
Okay.
We have. And what we did was we're focusing our contract on just the guys right now that are working outside. And we'll see if we can move some things around to address the emblems on shirts for whoever wants them in-house, but not everybody wants to do them in-house. Front people who deal with the public, the receptionist, they want some, so we're just gonna buy the shirts outright and put the city logo on it.
Is our cost different than what it was originally?
It's the same cost. What we did was we had the high reflective clothing for the guys in the field with the more advanced sweat wicking clothing. But the cost remained the same. I think it went down just a little bit. It was $129.
Yeah.
But he sent me a new contract. I kept it at $129. I think it went down to like $121 or something a week. So, but that's just because I'm going to use some of that money later to buy outright polos. Just a few, not much. Bonnie.
Well, everybody can pick their own colors.
Right.
They only have certain colors.
Right.
We could
Right.
use this.
What colors are you putting our people in?
We'll let everybody pick their own color, that way.
Well,
No,
it'll
our
be
guys
more-
on the street should be in the same.
Yeah,
Oh,
it-
should all be
it'll-
the
it'll-
same.
it'll be standard, and
They
I'll
should be uniform,
when
yeah.
we get to that point, I'll bring it to the commission. But it's going to be standard. I think.
Tan for the gas.
I think.
Blue for the.
Yeah, we've got standardization color. We're not gonna go pretty wild, but the great thing is the reflective material on the shirts, and they have some really nice ones for all those outside divisions, so.
Okay.
And the sweat wicking.
And the
Did you-
sweat wicking, it's
did you-
huge.
Did you weigh out, I'm sure you did when doing this, did you also look at purchasing them outright and the difference?
We did. The biggest difference is that purchasing outright, the guys in the field really beat up their clothes.
I know,
And the biggest difference is that what we're getting in the tier that we're at is that we're getting them laundered every week and replaced. And if they're ripped or torn or burnt, they replace them as part of the contract. And so that's what we're doing. It's gonna save us money in the long run. If we were to buy it, yes, it's cheaper up front, but not cheaper in the long run. Just because they can go out and ruin them tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
And this way, they're constantly being refreshed or.
The guys are gonna look professional and clean every single day when they're out, and they can put them all in the back over here. It gets picked up every week and laundered, and we're good to go.
I'm a long sleeve.
Okay, thank you.
They picked short and long, depending on who they were. They came in and asked before of them.
Anything more on page 17? If not, we're gonna move on to page 18. Parks and Rec.
Thank you, Mayor. Parks and Rec, a little bit of the same. On this one, nothing really changed on, from our last meeting on the salaries. Overtime, this is consistent with our events in the park. I'd like to add some money there. We've talked about that. And, let's see, the audit, workers' comp, the audit was added. Telephone and internet was also added. Don't pay attention to the Wi-Fi hotspot, that was just an extra note, but that's just a share cost for the telephone and internet.
Well, wait a second. Telephone and internet, 1,500 hotspot. Why do they need a hotspot?
No, that's what I was saying, it was just a copy and paste note when we were doing the share for the files, that's not, it's just telephone, internet share of cost. I've already taken that note out,
Copy and paste it from-
yeah.
Okay.
We go down,
Okay.
yes, ma'am?
They have telephone. I know they have telephone.
This is gonna take out the note, this is Wi-Fi hotspot.
Okay.
It's $1,500.
It just, the only thing I'm asking is because it doesn't look like there's been historically anything there.
No,
And there should have been, because I know they have telephone.
correct, and that's what Steve and I had talked about, that there wasn't a share of cost, so we put that in there
Okay.
and split it out correctly this time.
You might want to make a note of that, just so that somebody can say all of a sudden, we give them telephones that they didn't have before. They've always had telephones.
I have the note in there now.
Okay.
IT, that's also been put in for monthly contract cost share. Rentals and leases, this is for our porta potty, our porta john. Building repair and maintenance, The reason this number is low, of course, you can see our actuals are low. We've always kind of tend to be around, 24 was around 8,000, 25 was around 52. We budgeted for 6 this last year. This is for vandalism. This is gonna cover our painting for buildings that may be spray painted or other things of that nature. We really have focused this year in the Better Place plan to reduce vandalism by changing out our toilets to stainless steel, which is in another budgeted item, which is why this is a little bit lower. Tires and oil, or oils and tire, that's changed a little bit because we've taken gas out. So we separated gas from the oils and tire for this. So the oils and tires at $2,500, gas is at $3,500. That's another item that's changed in this. Other than that, everything is uniformly pretty close to what we discussed before. And uniforms is also in here at $1,352 for the parks employees.
And we can back up to line 251, contractual services, $1,500, it says spraying of lakes.
Which one is it? 251?
Is that aquatic?
Um,
That's the one that we
I-
contract with quarterly?
Yes, and I have a note for us to verify. Public Works was supposed to get with me on that. Is that, did you take a look at that yet from this morning?
I did, that's the only thing I can figure it was for the spray.
Okay.
And that's what, how much is that? How much is that quarterly? 250, 52?
You remember Derek?
I don't remember. I'd have to go back and kind of dig in my
50
emails.
something, I think.
Yeah.
It might be a little bit more than that.
and just year to date, the actuals, 2,500.
I think there were some other items that got put in there, and Steve was gonna get a breakdown for us, but we just haven't had time.
Mayor, can I ask a question about that? So the construction services, so it says unaudited 2025 was over $10,000. So is that potentially an error, or there was that much spraying in 2025?
No, and, well, 2024,
I think I'll go back and check the
yeah,
details.
25 or 20,
20,000.
yeah, we'd have to go see what was, in accounting wise, what was allocated to that. I can't speak to that right now.
Okay, and just to be clear, in the note, it says spraying of lakes. So are you talking about the shoreline, or are you talking about the actual water?
This is for aquatics, so they spray in the water.
They're spraying it, so we are paying to have chemicals sprayed in the water. Is this Lake Stella?
Lake Stella, and I believe parts of Lake, also Crescent Lake, correct? I know we have permits
It's just
for
Stella.
both,
It's just,
but it's just Lake Stella then,
Yeah.
and it's for the grasses.
for the shoreline grasses, right?
No,
It's just around the swimming areas to keep the needle grass and stuff down and
So
keep the
that's-
weeds down at Mathis Park.
At Mathis Park.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. The city manager is saying we're spraying the water.
It is,
Public Works Director seems to be saying you're really spraying the shoreline.
They're not really the shoreline, they're spraying off the shoreline a little bit.
In the water.
In the water.
A
Okay.
little bit of both,
and we're fully permitted to do so.
By,
DEP.
But it's actually, is it St. John's River Water Management or is it the FWC?
FWC.
FWC,
Is it
that's right,
FWC that we have
FWC.
that through? Okay,
We
I
we
apologize.
just renewed as well, yes, ma'am.
That's the one we just renewed?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
and so we actually spray the swimming area. We put chemicals in the swimming area.
It's aquatic safe, it don't hurt nobody.
Well, I'm talking about the people, but we don't post, they don't know that, right?
I mean, it goes away by then, he sprays it, it does what it does, and then it's dead.
Okay,
It
but
don't just
people are,
linger around, I mean.
And it's applied, the last time we talked to them, they don't apply when people are around, and they usually come in hours that there's nobody.
Usually they're
On the water.
early in the morning.
Right.
Early in the
Right.
morning.
all right. Thank you, Mayor.
And the materials they're using are fully safe and approved through the state of Florida and approved by FWC.
It's the same company we've been using for years.
10 years,
Yeah.
15 years, yeah.
I would like to know though, with this 10,000 and the year before that it was 5,000, for some reason, we did something, I know, in 2025, and I'm trying to think what it was that we had to, I can't think. past anymore, remember past so much.
I'll make a note for us to just kind of investigate that.
If you come down to our operating supplies at 10,000 on line 262, we're over budget this year, so it was 6,000 we budgeted for. The year prior, we'd spent 7, the year prior to that, 6,600. Now we're at 91. What is that, Keith? For the operating supplies that have gone up significantly? Even 2,000 over the year prior, so now we're budgeting 10,000. Do you know what we're using
For which department?
for Parks and Rec? What would that be?
I have to pull up the detail, I don't.
Yeah,
That's a $4,000 increase. We're increasing this next year, but it seems like we've been over budget the last 3 years. And significantly this year.
Which line item, Mayor? I was looking up.
262.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll have to pull the detail on that one.
You know, with a small community and you have, if you include down here, I think we have 9 parks. If you include down in the central, 9 parks. That's a lot for how many do you have now? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And really, Matt's not so much on that. And the medians, and the side of the road.
5 or 6 parks.
Okay, just Harry Banks would probably take at least a day, wouldn't it?
They can, what, as far as mowing?
Yeah,
Yeah, it takes, so we're running 2 mowers
Yeah.
now. It used to take Cecil 2 days.
2 days.
So
No,
we're running 2 mowers now.
okay.
And then you got Lake Stella, they usually try to run 2 mowers.
I'm just,
That's it, man.
yeah, as we go forward, something to think about, and I don't know how we could do this, Keith, is for the medians, and I know you get so tired of me harping on the medians. But the medians are it's the first thing that everybody sees. And we're paid to maintain those. So is that something that you feel like, I know it's a burden on, with everything else that they have going on, especially in the growing season right now, that you can't keep up, that's something that we should look at contracting out,
We tried that.
and it didn't work? Okay, I just want to know. And I'll keep. Okay, anything else on this page, page 18?
Not for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not? Okay. So I think that ends our general revenue, right?
Yes.
Does anybody have any questions on general revenue at the end?
Just, are we, with the changes, are we balancing, are we out of balance?
I'm gonna go back and balance it, and I believe we'll be fine.
So how
We'll be
much are
okay.
we, Bonnie, I'm sorry to ask you this, but now it's gotten too cold. I mean, I can't even.
Currently, it's $6,975.
More that you've got to find.
That I have to
adding
find.
That you're
Yeah.
adding to.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so my other figures too will also change for the deficits that we were running if we were to go with,
So we would add another $6,000 unless you go through and and you would cut somewhere.
and I'm going to. Yeah.
I'll make it work. $6,000 is fine. I mean, when you're talking about a $2.6 million budget, $6,000 is a lot here.
Yeah.
So, firm up the numbers.
Okay, so no other questions on this, and we'll move on to our CRA?
The obvious question I was gonna ask is our millage rate. So we're leaving it at the 8.7. That's what we've just been working through,
Yes, sir.
because the rollback rate of 8.1734 would be a deficit of $75,000.
Yes, sir. Based on what we just rolled through.
And the historic average of 8.5914, which is my least favorite number in the world, that would be $17,340.
Yes, sir.
And really, this year, I mean, if we're gonna do some of this stuff, we need to get it done this year. So,
I'm sorry, I saw Commissioner Roy made reference to the rollback rate.
if you look at the very bottom of page 18,
Okay, I knew I saw it.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is, it's a little inset.
thank you for adding that, so
Yes,
so we don't have too many different things, too many different columns.
We
that
did
are
that last
confusing
year.
To everybody, yes, thank you.
Now, I will say this, if I'm gonna balance this out, we're now with the changes, $6,975 in the red, you would have to add that to both of these offset deficits, so you'd be more around the $81,000 range, deficit for the rollback rate at 8.17.
23.
And yes, correct, and 23 on the other, so just
So
as
if we got rid of
perspective.
the leased car, the QR lease, that would be 18,000, right?
You would still have money
No,
in there
you'd
for
still, you would still have to have money in there,
$4,000,
because he did that
Oh, but the
completely
18
for the
But
lease.
the 18,000 was for the lease, that was the amount, right?
it was,
It was, but it didn't include any it didn't include any maintenance.
right?
Okay, but your number, what was your number?
The
All in for the lease and the maintenance. I'm saying if we cut that out,
It was
That's
18,000.
18,000.
It was 18,005, which included $1,500 in
For
maintenance,
maintenance.
but we added an additional, I think it was 3,000 or 4,000 in there for
but I'm
maintenance.
saying if we were to eliminate that car, which we've already been talking about, probably not wanting to do, that would help bring that down. And then you got the 5,000 or 6,000 that you gotta do, that would be we'd be able to make 8.5914.
He's got to,
Oh,
that would be, he would be reducing that almost 6,900, is it close to 6,900? How much was it that you have to?
6975,
yeah,
So he's gonna have to
69.75.
reduce.
which he already says he thinks he can do.
I think I can do it. If we're deciding we're not gonna do the car though, then what we didn't associate in this cost are the cost for the software, for the clerk, for the minutes, and also possibly upgrading the website, which
We have the minutes already covered.
is
We
that,
already have software for the minutes,
not the minutes, I'm sorry,
for the agenda.
the agenda. I
The agenda.
apologize.
That's okay.
I
That's
misspoke.
included with town web.
No,
That's included with the upgraded website. and
No.
town web.
It is not, it's an above and beyond cost.
That's all with that email.
Sharita, how much was
We
that?
talked about that.
How much was that cost for the, the agenda? Do you remember?
I wanna say it's less than 4.
Less than 4,000?
Yeah, but I need to verify.
but it wasn't included in the 2,500, correct?
No.
No,
I
no,
don't think
it would
so.
be above and beyond. So if we weren't gonna do it, I would like to possibly do some other things, but I think Steve and I have talked about this and looked at the numbers with not knowing what's coming up in the near future to stay a little bit more steady rather than having a decline and possibly having a
Well, if we
roll.
had 6 passes, by law, we have to go with the roll, per minute 3 passes, by law, we have to go with the rollback rate. And the rollback rate is gonna be much higher because you're gonna have less taxable property, which is a nice little, catch-22 that no one's talking about. So no matter what, the rollback rate, unless you have a majority vote of your commission, you have to go with the rollback rate. So it's gonna go up. That's,
There's only so much.
we only have till 10.
Yeah.
It's the limit, so, we would be almost hitting that.
Yeah, but we can, whatever the commission would like, we can,
My concern is if you go through this budget right now and you look at the overages that we've incurred that we weren't anticipating.
Right.
That's something that we have to think about, that we'll have, that, we've got some shortfalls, we've got some shortfalls in here. that we were not anticipating, that,
But we have some money that has to be spent.
and I
Usual
understand
when-
that, I
When we get to the end of the fiscal year,
understand that,
there's
I understand
almost
that.
always a carryover.
We don't have to get, let's not get testy over this,
I'm not
we're
getting
having,
testy,
I know,
I'm
but
just
let's have
Pointing out.
some conversation about it, because, that's, you have your concerns, and that's my concern, is that we, you know, and I pointed this out to Derek earlier, that really concerns me, that we've got some of these issues that, you know, but at the same time, we have this buffer that's sitting there, and that we're making money on it now, thankfully. So at least with the $1 million that we have sitting there, we are making money on that.
But Mayor,
But we don't know for a fact what we've overspent and underspent on. So we don't have that for this year, and we won't have that, correct, for some time? Because number one, we're not done with the end of the year yet.
Correct,
So we won't know that, and already we're over in some of those categories.
correct.
Yes, Commissioner DeVito.
I forgot what I was originally gonna say, but I did want to go back. Commissioner Roy, I couldn't hear what he said. He referred to unspent funds.
I mean,
What
at the end of the
unspent-
year, there's always line items that are under and line items that are over. They wash out a lot of times. I mean,
Okay,
go look at your financials that we gave us. There's stuff, and we also have revenue that's come in extra. We have 117% of our franchise fee revenue from FPL and also Waste Pro. And that, we're still not even done with the fiscal year. So you're talking about $30,000 or $40,000 over in the revenue.
okay,
So I looked at, I mean, that's like the third or fourth, and that's just, I noticed that. So I mean, when we get to the year, we are
okay,
very conservative with our budgeting. We always have been, and that's why we've been safe. I'm just saying that
okay.
it's not a foregone conclusion that we're gonna be over budget or that we don't have any money left over at the end of the year.
Okay, so, but my question is, so we were handed something, you said we were handed the financials.
That's the preliminary 2025.
Okay, so this is for the fiscal year that ended
Yeah.
September 30th,
Yes.
2025. And so what was the outcome of that? What is the current calculation of what was remaining,
So what the carryover was.
the carryover, or
I
lack?
have not had a chance to look at that, Commissioner DeVito. I just printed that out yesterday morning, so.
Okay, so,
Our revenue was showing 1,000 over. I see it, the expenses were under.
okay, so I guess it's concerning me that, I mean, as the mayor was saying, the department should know where they are month to month. So we really still don't know how we finished out the last fiscal year until we drill down into this document.
Correct, and that's preliminary. That's what I said the last time, that's preliminary financials.
Okay, but isn't it customary to know what these are a lot closer to the end of the fiscal year? It's almost 1 year later. I've not experienced this with Crescent City before. Is this customary to have the end of year financials of 11 months?
Everybody's been busy.
And I don't know that some years, I'm not sure we even got the end of the year financials until we actually got the audit. Because we were
Yes.
dealing with, a Clarion, so I'm not sure.
So, yeah, according,
So I think as we go forward, I think, Steve, you feel like you're in a better position now, and especially with Birdie, that-
Way better, yeah,
to
very,
keep this.
yes.
Birdie she's been such an asset in
Mhm.
keeping this all up to date, because what we don't see, Steve's not the one that inputs this.
Right.
Birdie's the one that inputs it, or whoever has been sitting there has input it,
Correct, there's been, 3 or 4 people since I.
at least. I think, and so I feel like she has a very good handle on this, and she's still cleaning this up and making
She's
sure,
still-
going back.
She showed me stuff this morning.
Yeah, that she's having to go back and reallocate because it was allocated incorrectly.
Mhm.
Um,
And it's nobody's fault, just, everybody's busy and you just, Sheila was pulling double duty there for a while and, she was, doing the best she could, so.
so I hope we are finally at a point to where we have stabilized in our finance department. I feel like we have.
No, Verdi's been a huge help to the finance department.
So, I think we're just gonna have to double down into this and kind of look at it, but I think also with this budget, we're gonna have to look at it, and maybe that's something that you can do is provide us in the meantime. Derek, if you can
Yes, ma'am.
provide the lines that show where we're, do two different colors.
Right.
That one where they're over already, one where we're under,
Right.
because, when you look at, let's say Parks and Rec, okay? You budgeted for 101,000. Okay, that's what we have budgeted for. We're already at $99,000 in July.
Right.
Correct.
So we know we're going over in Parks and Rec.
Yeah, I told everybody we're not gonna buy it unless we absolutely need it.
Exactly. So from here forward, and that doesn't take into account salaries. You still have
Correct.
And we
2 months of salaries. So we are gonna go over in Parks and Rec.
And we started a document like that to be ready for that conversation, and so we could start reconciling. And Steve and I've actually started working on this. We kind of put it on hold for now, but that's something we're gonna bring to you all when we do our amendment for this year.
And it's all of our responsibilities to stay on top of this. But our information is only as good as the information you're giving us.
Yes,
And so it's important that from here forward, I think that we absolutely have got to have these. And the charter requires it. The charter requires it. That's something that the charter does require, that monthly. So we have a good snapshot.
So, and Mayor, if I could ask, so the city manager referred to when we bring forward our amendment, what amendment is that?
It's got to do a
our
budget
budget
amendment
amendment
For
this year.
this year.
For this fiscal year,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And when do we expect that?
September.
But it's gonna be our first meeting in September.
We have to have it done by September, so it's gonna have first and second reading in September.
Okay, my request would be that the city staff communicate to us the amount of funds involved in budget amendment so that we can have that. Typically a budget amendment involves policy decisions by the commission, and I'm really starting to be very uncomfortable seeing proposals so late that there's really not an opportunity for the commission to
What
digest it.
policy do you, with the
Where
budget
we
amendment?
spend the money, where we spend the money.
Well, we've already done that because we've already said this is how much, we've already done that when we set the budget. Okay, when we approved the budget, set the budget. And just like we've done in the past, they come back to us and they're gonna bring to us in a document that says, this is where we need to move this, adjust this line and adjust this line back and forth. And so then we have to approve it. So I don't know that it's something that needs
Well, it's not really a policy decision.
policy decision. I'm a little confused.
Well, I'm confused about why we don't have a good handle on where our funds are. And yes, it's always a policy decision about where we spend our money. And I would like to know which departments we are over, which departments we are under, because that would really inform us as to how we're doing our budgeting now.
That's what I just asked him for, to give that. He showed that to us, that he was preparing that for us.
Yes,
He would
but
give that to us.
for example, all these documents, and I know we had a power outage, they came to us this morning, they're not available to the public as far as I know right now.
Are they? Yeah,
They
they
are.
are. Sharita's had those. She
They're
loaded
uploaded.
Okay, they weren't when we walked in.
They were.
Okay, when I left my house, they weren't uploaded. So, and I left my house 15 minutes beforehand, so, and as far as I know, I haven't gotten any kind of alert to let me know that they're there, but be that as it may. I think to have a good understanding and to make good policy decisions, we need to have the information as soon as possible. This is just the late arriving information puts us on the back foot. And we're not really in a position to make a policy determination. So I don't really want to see something 3 days before the meeting. I want to see it before the agenda packet is prepared. There's no reason that information can't be circulated to the commission well in advance of the meeting for something like that.
Well,
Yeah,
except for,
I mean, it can.
it can, Commissioner DeVito, but I will say this, I am gonna say this. We all know that some things have been going on, and it doesn't make excuses, but I am going to go to, this is on Derek. Derek's the one that puts with Sharita the budget. Derek, has had his hands full in the last 2 weeks, and so, and then with everything that happened last week, and
No, I'm
that
fully
on
aware of
top of it, I know, but we don't have to, I just feel like
But
we're being critical when we can just say, guys, you gotta do better.
okay,
That's
No.
how we need to say it, is, just in the future, we know you've had some obstacles, and we need to do better, and hopefully that message will get across.
well, yes, and it should be a practice that we get the information as soon as possible. And this week has been extraordinary, but there have been, I think, too many short timeframes, or rather, there need to be longer timeframes. That's what I'm saying, so that the commission
Then
has
we
the
as the
information.
commission, we need to set a policy standard that says, you gotta have the information to us by this date. And if you don't have the information to us by this date, because it seems like no matter when they get the information to us, it's still not soon enough. And so you've got to, we need to do that. That's never been done. We've always relied on the city manager and the clerk to make sure that information just gets to us as soon as they can get it to us. But if you need to give them a deadline, then we need to set a policy that, from an agenda standpoint, this is when you need to see this information. I'm sorry, but.
I'm planning on getting the packet
Okay,
I am
on
too.
Friday.
Yeah,
By Friday.
And the reason it wasn't like normal this Friday was because of the power outages. We had no internet, we had no printer. And then coming in on Monday, we noticed there was some errors that we had to fix when it came to allocation and how we spread it. So we didn't want to put out information, especially since it's going to the public, even though it's a draft that's totally incorrect. We wanted to be as close as to what we're pitching to you all for this year as possible, which I felt very comfortable with what we gave you today. And you're correct, it didn't go out to the public until before the meeting, but it was available to the public before the meeting, just when the meeting started.
okay, well, that's all good, and I understand that this has been a very extraordinary couple of weeks. I'm not talking about specifically,
We
the
need to move on.
circumstance,
You
but
got your point across. We
yes,
need to
I think
move
we
on.
can move on.
Can we take
We
a
need to
5-minute
move
break,
on.
Mayor, before we start
Can you what?
take a 5-minute break before we start the, yeah, thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Oh, you want to do,
That's okay, I'll make it work.
you just need to do this is the numbers.
Yeah, we do symbols.
Signals. Okay, so we're gonna go to, where do you want to start with wastewater?
We can start with wastewater, yes, ma'am.
Okay, if everybody would go to page 1 in wastewater.
So when speaking on, if y'all are ready, I can go through
Go ahead.
this.
Let's go.
Okay, speaking on revenues, we had no changes from our last meeting, on any of the revenues. That's all been set in stone, 5% on top of last year. On the wastewater, however, let's see, hang on real quick. There's $50,000 increase on there from the last time we spoke because of the wastewater treatment facility improvements design. This is gonna come to us from a state appropriation for this upcoming year. And we've already signed paperwork to get that started with CPH. So moving forward, going to the expenditures, of course, we've put in 5%. There's been no changes from any of the personnel services. We did rework the workers' comp. I know there's a note saying it's actual 2025 spreadsheet, but that was also done this morning from Steve, so I'll change that note. Pension, Medicare, all that's same from before. We did move the FICA into, the Medicare into FICA. And we adjusted the audit allocation. We also adjusted and changed the telephone and internet allocation as well.
And same thing with the liability insurance, the auto.
And the auto liability, yeah.
Okay.
Building repairs, the same as what we talked about. These were virtually untouched from the last time we met. We did play around a little bit with the equipment repair and maintenance line item. We have $39,487 in there. That's gonna be for lift station repair as needed on an emergency basis. It's not something that we're taking up for a particular, I know,
What line are you on?
I'm on line item 34.
Okay.
And so when we get to Better Place, you'll see we have money in Better Place for generators for those lift stations. I know the lift stations can be expensive. We put them on our CIP for years following for the Better Place. But this year we're gonna be doing generators, and I put $40,000 in that budget to cover for rebuilding if we need one, and we've cost that out.
Okay, can I go, before you get too far past that,
Yes, ma'am.
where was I? Oh, over here in salaries, staff salaries. It looks like, so you've expended 58,000.
Yes, ma'am.
We budgeted 97, we budgeted 92 last year, but you have in there 100% was Cecil. So is that, do we have that shortfall because Cecil left in December and we haven't been paying Cecil? And we're paying that position now out of another one? Why do we have such a short, I mean, not a shortfall, but we've underspent, unspent.
I've got a note to ask Sheila when she gets back.
When she gets back,
Yeah, she
okay.
can just give me the
Okay.
detail on that one.
Yeah, and you can see the note up here, we assigned to finance, so we're definitely looking into that.
Okay, and then my next question is when we go into page 3, I know we reduced in our auto property, well, actually, we increased, but it looks like this last year, we've already expended 52,000, so we're already under budget, about $6,000 there, and we're already over 12,000 from the year prior. So is that, Steve, is that an actual that they've given us for the workers, I mean, for the auto, property, general insurance.
Yeah, that's the updated quote they gave us.
Okay.
And I redid the allocation to be a little more, like I said, the spreadsheets we had been using, I don't know when the last time they were
Okay.
updated, so I just went through and changed some of the updates.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for a shortfall before we even start.
And the
Yeah.
overage too, Sheila's gonna look into that. That could have been an allocation error. So we'll find out
Okay,
when she gets back on those July
Okay.
actuals.
any other questions before we go on to page 4? Okay,
Actually, I do, on page 3. Line 26, other professional services for the fermentation. So I think the city manager has a note here about needing to shop this because we're using a lot of the material. We budgeted $67,291, which is significantly more than year-to-date actual. I'm noting audited 2023, we spent $98,000. So it looks like somehow our costs have gone down.
we had, Keith, can you speak to that? I think in 2023, didn't we have an issue with the bugs? Something happened and we had to redo something over at the wastewater, and that's why the cost is significant with our biofermentation.
Yeah, but, I'm trying to think.
Remember, we did something happened.
I don't know if it was then or if it was most recent, but we had a bug die out. So we had to reestablish the bugs and for the whole system.
What it was. I'd have to get with Chip on that, he can
Okay.
answer that for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. But anyway, bottom line is the city manager feels like we're spending a lot, so.
I mean, 24 and 24 and 26 budget, we had 67,291. I matched that.
Right.
I feel that anytime we are looking at anything of that magnitude, we should always look and see if we can save some money. I know that we had started that process, Keith and I making some phone calls, getting some quotes, and bugs are just expensive. They're not cheap. It's a science and it's expensive, and delivery's expensive. So we're gonna continue looking into that this year. We're gonna look into getting some qualifications from other, other companies, and also seeing if we can piggyback another contract. But we're limited in who we get the bugs from. That's the biggest problem. They have a hold on the market.
Right.
So we'll be looking into it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
And not only, that also includes our lab work too.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not all costs. Because we have to do water testing.
Okay.
Testing.
Anything else on this one?
No, thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to page 4. Again, anybody have any questions? If none,
No.
bad debt, 3 years in a row, 4 years. We're not,
Why would this be in the wastewater budget?
because if there's a cost for it, so
Where is this?
it would be on line 37.
Oh, wait.
So if you expend that for a collection agency,
Right.
typically,
For a wastewater bill.
yeah, for
And then you
wastewater
have
billing
water.
and
Gas.
water and gas. But that's something that we absolutely have got to.
Yes, yes.
And I know
And I have a
before
note.
you, we've been asking for that, and so I'm sure there's some companies out there.
There are,
And even, I don't know how you would do this, but some of them will even collect based on what they,
Yeah.
which really is more incentive anyway
correct.
than it is, to have to pay them to collect.
We quartered a company to come in and look at it, had them sit down with Jocelyn at that time. She wasn't ready to hand that over, but I think this year we're gonna Steve and I work with her on that, and we'll get a company in here.
I mean, it just keeps accumulating.
I know,
And then we do write-offs.
and I don't wanna,
And
I
that's-
mean, we're gonna have to write
and
out.
I don't wanna do that.
Yeah.
5 or 6 years old.
And we had to do that, a couple of years ago,
Yeah,
I think, we had to do
yeah.
a huge write-off.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 3 years.
Yeah.
They just keep growing every year.
And so, if
Some of it
people
just disowns.
people realize that we're not gonna go after these bad debts, there's no incentive either for them to pay them.
Yeah.
When they close out their accounts.
I agree.
So it's always been a problem every year for,
Anything else on this? Anything else you need to bring to our attention?
Just bring it to your attention, we're over right now on operating supplies, that's for chlorine in here. Chlorine across the board it's just gone through the roof, it's expensive material. It's hypochlorite dry powder that we're using, and we've been using a lot this year. It's not that we didn't budget, it's just that we've had a lot of unforeseen things, a lot of construction, a lot of, blow-offs and cleaning the lines and testing that we've had to do, so,
You'll see a lot of this, I think, when we go to the water,
yes,
won't we?
yes,
We'll
ma'am,
see a lot more of this when we go to water.
yes, ma'am.
yeah.
A bigger number anyway.
Treating that.
Yeah.
We use a lot more on the water side, right?
As you can see, uniforms has been pulled out and put in here as well. The share cost of the uniforms.
Okay,
Where's
anything else before we go on to water?
the indirect cost up for the allocation?
Indirect cost is,
It's not 46.
cost allocation is line 46. The Florida Rural Water Association renewal, Keith, I believe it's on wastewater and water, but we only have one membership, or do we have to have two memberships?
We
Is
have-
each
we have
enterprise?
one- We have one for water, one for.
So
waste.
both of them have to have their own, okay. We need to make sure it doesn't look like this year has been paid,
Or this hasn't,
or at least haven't been billed yet, so we just wanna make sure. I know that might have to depend on them.
they're a good resource.
It's an issue, they are a great resource.
Yeah.
And if we pay $300.
The services you get for that, yeah. Do we have anything else? Okay, let's move on to page 1 of draft water fund. Do you want to bring anything to our attention here?
Yes, ma'am, 1 second, thank you, I'm sorry, I'm just getting my eyes caught up on this screen, it is gnarly, a lot of stuff. 5% increase, of course, from last year, nothing's changed on our services. We did add the carry forward and ARPA, we'll also be doing the amendment on that, so we can show this, but we have the 17,000. That number is probably gonna go up just a little bit. I remember us having about almost $89,000. When we brought the number, we said we wouldn't touch we would only touch 70 for the buildings and the rest would go to the hydrants. We just recently got a quote that's a little bit higher than this, but I think we have about $1,800 still sitting out, plus
18,000.
18,000. I don't believe that Bonnie utilized all of that. I remember there being a little bit left too. Yeah, of the ARPA. So we'll look at that on those numbers and make sure that all of that jives. So that will be a subtle but yet a small change when we go into our first reading. The other is the adage of the city Lake Street and South Water Tower main improvements, the design for that. We had state appropriations of $112,000. That's included. Staff salaries are the same from the last time we had discussed that. One of the items in here, you'll see on the overtime, we overran it pretty hard on overtime. And
Number, please.
that number would be number 24, line 24.
Okay.
And the reason for that overtime was for us to manually run our station while they're doing the aerator clean out. And that was also the reason why we had an overrun on chlorine, because we constantly had to keep cleaning and flushing.
You meant for the high school, or over here?
This was for over
This is
here.
for over-
the
this is for what
aerator
we're
tank.
doing over here.
Yes.
When they were doing the 100,000 gallon tank,
Okay, that's what Jason was having to do, okay.
that was the overtime, that's what really killed us on that department. Was the 100,000 gallon tank, it took them a lot longer than they thought. So we used a lot of chlorine in, and then plus with all the flushing we've had to do
With all the construction.
with with all the construction and stuff like that, we've used a lot more than normal.
I mean, things are leaking right now.
We have uniforms in there. That was something that was added. Again, Medicare got put into FICA. No real changes on most of those budget items. Overtime, of course, I did include a little bit more, $1,000 more than we did last year. We don't anticipate any overtime needs like we did this last year with that. So we budgeted a total of $6,000 in that line item, in lieu of $5,000 from last year. If y'all are ready to move to operational expenses, we've included same budget that we had for other professional services. This is for our water testing, and again, we've had new schools, multiple tie-ins. We've had some issues along the way. We've had to increase our testing. That is why we're overrun on that line item. I don't anticipate that again for next year. And so we maintain the same service level budget for the other professional services. Audit has been added and reallocated. The garbage contracts moved, of course, to its own solid waste fund. Telephone and internet. This is and has always been higher. Keith, if you want to talk to that, but there's extra phone and communication for the water tower.
Well, it's just really not, the radio system is what it's communicating.
Right.
But it's done by radio, it ain't done by
Okay.
phone.
Well, historically, this has had a much higher telephone and internet, and I believe that has to do with the alarms. I thought that had to do with the alarms, but we maintain the same level of what we had last year. We billed 8958 this year. To date, we're putting 84 back into that. We can take a look into that. If you could look into that, Steve.
And insurance, you said these are, it says use 2026 budget, but these are accurate numbers.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'll take those notes out.
Yep.
Those have all been updated. And then our quarterly water plant and tower inspections, annual inspection of Walnut water tank includes our repair and maintenance items. I put a note of need to increase this. We did increase it by $5,226 for a total of $35,226. We overran that a little bit this year for some unforeseen items that occurred. Keith, I don't know if you want to talk about that at all. On equipment repair and replacement.
I could look into the detail on that one.
Yeah,
We can look into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fire hydrant maintenance, this goes back to our ARPA funds. We're going to utilize whatever funds we have left over for that. And I believe what we're gonna end up doing is putting 3 hydrants in. I wanna say we had a total of 4. We had purchased the material already, so it's at the yard, but the quotes we got back in were a little higher than anticipated. We had a verbal cost of $3,000 for install, but with the standpipe, with the valve, with everything else, the connection, the tap, it came in a little higher, so they wanted around 20 or 22,000. 22,000 for all 4. We're gonna do 3 of them, and we're gonna save the other material for the last hydrant section we have for the fire station for materials.
Where was that supposed to go?
The 4th one, Keith?
I ain't really decided yet. We got 2, I'm gonna do 2 back here on Cedar Street. And we got 2 on Oakwood. One's, shoot, I can't think of the address. It's right there by Gumby Court. The first house right there by Gumby. There's one there and the one on the corner of Oakwood and Grove.
So these are just replacing the ones?
We're gonna have to pick it, whichever one we want to replace.
operating supplies, this is where, we were saying that there's an increase. We had a budget of 50,000. We're a little over that this year. So far towards the end of the year, I'm not anticipating a huge amount increase over top of that number, but we're budgeting 60,000 for next year. That's an increase of 10,000. That's for chlorine and miscellaneous supplies. And the reason for that is the use, unforeseen uses and the cost of the chlorine has gone up. And I believe last time we looked, the cost has gone up like in the last couple of years, 60%. It's a high percentage. So, we'll see if we can find that at a better price.
What's the reason for the asterisk total operation? Line 62.
I'm not sure. I'll take it out.
There's nothing that annoys me more than
I think,
asterisk.
I think
wouldn't
we
know
could
it has a footnote down at the bottom of the next page. Non-recurring grant expenses have been excluded from total operational expenses in order to get a clear picture of the water department expenses. Because the grants are separate,
Okay,
so you might want to go back.
I am. Mayor, did you have a question?
I did not.
Okay.
Anybody have any more questions on the water fund?
Thank you.
Okay.
But since we're talking about water, can we discuss what you told me earlier about the CDBG water main replacement on Main Street?
The man, the myth, the legend is here. He can tell you most about it. I was just letting him know that there's only so far that we can go with the CDBG money.
Yes, we're already out of money.
Is
They
that how-
didn't, it took so long for the grant to come through.
Yeah.
That cost of the pipe material went up, and that's as far as it's gonna go, is right there, eucalyptus.
So that one leaves 3 blocks.
Do we have a price of what it would be to finish it off?
No, but it'd probably what it costs to have it run the eucalyptus.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's
a
about the
little
same
less,
distance, yeah.
probably looking at 4 or 500,000.
It took so long that the price per foot doubled by the time it got to today's dollars.
Wow.
Pipe went crazy, brass went crazy.
Yeah,
So
price of materials are,
can we have CPH write that up as far as doing it as a separate project? So we can,
I don't see why not.
or segment it off so that we can go to.
Maybe try to get it-
for next year.
Yeah, sure.
'Cause
Can you work
obviously
on
that's kind of a shortfall. I mean, we put in the part on Vernon.
Yeah.
And then we put in the rest of it, it just doesn't go.
Keith, can you set that up with Jason? We'll talk to him about that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we'll do that. Yes, sir. Anything else on this one? We need to look at solid waste now,
I don't know if we wanna do solid
or
waste.
gas?
Yeah, I guess we could do solid waste. Are you gonna be here for solid waste? A better place, I know Keith might need to be here for better place,
Yeah.
but you wanna do solid waste. Solid waste is pretty fast.
Pretty straightforward. No changes from our last meeting. We put in $184,023 for the solid waste fees and then, and for totals for services. The contract is $170,223. And that's based on a letter we received back in June 15th of this year. And then we have our admin fee of $13,800, and that's the total for $184,23. Pretty straightforward.
I mean,
It's one of one.
yeah, I know, it's just like that was all.
It's immediately prior to wastewater.
Thank you. Yeah. really. And so the administration fee just goes back to the general fund,
Yes.
kind of like the indirect cost allocation.
I added that note, sir.
Okay, so what are we going to now?
I'm going to, Better Place.
Which is at the very top, the very first. Everyone's, yeah, them in order. You always put on your state of Florida 1 cent sales tax. It's not a state of Florida sales tax. It's a Putnam County infrastructure sales tax. It's 1 cent. It goes to the state and they give us our part of it, but it's Putnam County.
I just changed it, Putnam County 1 cent sales tax.
I mean, that's.
That work?
That's better.
Okay.
Yeah, whoever created that account just named it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never messed with it, I left it. It's changed now, forever.
It's legal.
Are you all on the pages?
I'm
Mayor, are you ready?
ready.
Okay, great, all right. Commissioner Moore?
She ready.
Okay, so, prior year carry forward, this is the balance coming from actual prior year, not last year, year before that we did not capture. It's for $300,000, it's actually a little shy of what the actual number is, I believe it's a little over 300,000. We're gonna tighten that up as we get some of our final numbers, so we can make sure that this is correct when we come to our first reading.
And we updated the revenue number too for the state estimates.
Yes. And so that was provided by DOR on 8/21, is that correct?
Yeah.
I think we wrote that
So
note.
we're actually estimating going down this year.
Yes. So total charges or total revenue is gonna be $532,722. It's an increase of $84,780 from last year. We have 4 areas: improvements, infrastructure, equipment, and our public buildings improvements. So on the first improvements, we have a few items that we're gonna cover this year.
I'm sorry, before we go into that, let's just, for clarification purposes, for anybody listening, for a Better Place, we have the 84, but isn't that because we had a carry forward?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because we actually decreased.
Yes, ma'am. You are
The
correct.
actual yearly income that we get from this decreased,
Correct.
which shows there was lower sales.
A real decrease.
It will be predicted to decrease, but we had a carry forward into Better Place. And
Yes.
That's where we're able to enjoy this.
Yes.
Okay.
And we
I just
had
wanna
a
make sure.
total decrease of $18,044. Yep. So with that being said, a couple of the main projects for improvements that we went back and looked at, of course, is finalizing our entryway signs into the city. We've already done a lot of work, saved some money last year. They look great. We do need to finalize our, I guess you could say, our understanding with the county on where we're gonna put it and place it with 308. There might be some private property or easements that we have to get granted to us for it, but we're working through that. Keith has been working on that. This $10,500 is for lighting and landscape and irrigation at the ones that we have. Now, we may not be able to get irrigation at all. We may do some lighting that's solar, but we need to do some plantings and some other things. We can utilize plants that don't need as much water, but we want to beautify them. They look great. We want to really make them look better. We just haven't had time. We're going to get to it, and this will help us get
You
there.
can do so much with solar lights today.
Absolutely, absolutely. The next line item is citywide street sign upgrades and 4-way stops. $20,000 should get us really close to getting most, if not all of our areas done for this. I think it's a safety factor. There's a lot of confusion, especially on Prospect, all the way from, end to end in our town. So we're gonna look at some of that, make sure that these 4-ways are properly signed and that we have the proper stripes and signage there. The next is Fletcher Park Pavilion. If you all have gone there recently, if you look at the bottom of Fletcher Park Pavilion, this is the dog park. It's all rotted, dry rotted or eaten by bugs, but it's dry rotted. We need to fix those main columns and any other wood replacement that would need to be done. And it doesn't have to stop just at the wood rot. If we have some money left over, we can put in a proper dog drinking station, a little fountain for dogs. Right now, there's not currently one. We have a spigot, but we can actually put one there that people can utilize for their animals, for their dogs. I put $60,000 in for adaptive and inclusive playground equipment and shade structures. What I'm hoping to do is modify a couple of the parks that will be able to have equipment that we don't currently have available to kids with special needs. And we have kids with special needs in our area that could utilize that. It's also going to pay for shade structures, I think, in our beach area that we need at Dexter. Right now, it's beautiful, it's open, but it's open and it gets hot and there's nowhere for people to rest. They have their kids, they're all getting sunburned. I got burned out there this summer. I think half of your family did too. But shade structures will be great in those open areas. That's what this is for. Moving forward, under infrastructure, we're continuing to look at problems, and of course, in line with our engineers, making sure that we're covering all bases. We're looking for stormwater upgrades for Lake Street, specifically Lake Street. I have a couple areas on Lake Street that we're gonna pinpoint down, whether it's creating new higher curbs to make sure the conveyance is properly, or whether it's cleaning out some of the pipes. This is specifically for flooding areas or flooding issues down at the bottom on Lake. That's $74,722. The next is electrical and irrigation upgrades for Eva Lyon Park. This has to do with the trees and what we talked about earlier, for the electrical issues that we have out there and for hooking up the Christmas lights. And so that's something that needs to be done. I have never seen the irrigation working out there, but my goal is to have the irrigation working in a way where not only are the trees and the grass watered, but a lot of our plants that have been there for a long time that aren't getting watered on a regular basis, getting watered as well.
We don't customarily irrigate the trees. It's mainly been for the shrubs and.
The grass and shrubs, right, but it's for the whole park. It's for the whole park.
Yes, but I mean, I'm familiar with where the irrigation used to be. I don't know why it can't be found. It used to run just a few years ago.
Yes, and I've seen some of the heads, and some of them broken and others, but this money is to go in, replace what needs to be replaced, expand what needs to be expanded upon, and pinpoint areas that are in need of water. And for some of those shrubs and other trees, it'll be taken care of in that.
But you don't have, you need to ask Tree and Garden about that. I think it was properly set up at that time. So I don't.
And while Tree and Garden, well,
Because they're new, a
No,
lot of
no.
those are new.
He says we're at where we need to be added. That just concerns me a little bit, but anyway, that's great. Hopefully we can fix it. Because it's not running now.
I've never seen any of them, and I know you've asked for us to take the truck out and
Yes.
water the camellias. And when I'm talking about expanding and going, I'm talking about being able to put water to those camellias and other new plants that you're talked about us planting over in the park. So that's what I mean by expansion of where it needs to go. We'll pinpoint where it needs to go, and I'll get the professionals. And while I do use the Tree and Garden Board as the board for advisory, I still will conduct conversation and meetings with professionals that are in that field so they can tell us what we need to be doing out there.
Okay.
Water's running 3 days a week.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
It runs up late at night.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Now, there is, some places like over there where the catfish is,
Mm-hmm.
that got cut loose years ago.
Broken, yeah.
And we haven't been able to find that line since.
The best I've seen is some holes where they've actually come out. We just probably get them,
But it is running
fixed.
3 days a week.
Okay, very good. The next is $85,000. This is for a citywide camera system. This is from Verkada. We have a sole source letter from them. We've had a camera, testing a camera that they've provided, which I've shown you all, worked really well. The quote that we had from them originally for all of our assets in the city, it's like 4 cameras at each asset, each park, each building we own, except for City Hall, was $60,000. I added money here for electrical work, because all we need is electric. They carry their own Wi-Fi and phone capability for connectivity. And actually, our assistant city manager is currently working on a grant that's gonna cover approximately, what, $50,000 of this cost. We're hoping that will work with that, and it's not associated with anything that, you know,
It's with the ADA equipment.
that's right, correct. So we were looking at
So
some others
It'll
that,
cover 50,000, 85?
yes, ma'am.
Is this company, is this on a state contract?
I don't believe it's a state contract.
Okay, so you're going to have to bid this out.
It's a sole source.
Sole
Is it
source.
you sole source?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am. And I've talked to Don about it, and
Okay,
they actually do work with our county and with the sheriff's office as well.
then we can piggyback on, okay.
We can, yeah. Moving forward, under equipment, generators for lift stations. This, of course, we've talked about. I believe each generator ranges about, what, $40,000 to $50,000. We're gonna be able to get our main lift stations that have problems now with new generators to make sure that we can keep those active and running in time of need. So that's what that's for. On our public building improvements, you all know, chamber in this carpet, I'm not even sure how old it is. It's been looking like this for a while. We have some run-up areas, especially in the back too. But I'm looking at replacing the carpet in the chamber and city hall. Flooring cover for Eagle Line Park. This is going to be that hard material. It's a 20-year material.
Is that like the shark coating?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Same as the steps in Willaca. If you go there and you see
Yeah.
that. I forgot the name that they call it, but the shark coating is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a multiple step epoxy flooring.
Have we gotten a quote on that yet?
I haven't gotten a quote. This is almost triple from what the materials would cost for the area, but we're gonna be working on getting the quotes finalized.
That would be so nice.
Yes, it would. $20,000. We talked about this earlier, of taking some things out of the public works and parks and moving it here. This is for park bathroom upgrades. This is stainless steel upgrades, $20,000. We do have a quote, and this will cover all of our bathrooms. And this is for the toilet and lavatory. And then this other one I put in here, I had some extra funds, and I've been wanting to work on some of our parks, and specifically park over off of East Grand Rondo or West Grand Rondo. And that's Colbert Park. I think that could be the first, but I believe that the city should be in control of our historical assets and signs, right? We do have some historical societies and they're very helpful, but I think that we as a city, we have the responsibility as well to I guess you could say, work with them, but to put these signs in places that are of importance. And I think having a historical sign at the park would be nice for Mr. Colbert. And so that's the start of what this is. And then I believe there's a couple more in town that we can do as well.
Mayor, if I could say something about this, I wondered what historical science monuments was. That has been my thought. I'm hoping the commission and city manager will consider. If we, I don't know, can we use better place plan money for signs, I guess? I don't know. That we mark our historic district, the boundaries of it, because it's not marked. And as well, where is it better place plan that we have the street signs? Where, is that farther up on here?
Yeah.
That's at the top.
Improvement ones, citywide street
Citywide
signs.
street sign upgrades.
And that was one of the things, is having brown signs in the historic district.
Well,
Just we have a few of them, but it's not consistent.
right, we have a few and they're not consistent.
Right.
I noticed, and I took pictures in Willaca, the south and north historic districts there. I don't know how much they cost, but they have very attractive signs. I thought they looked much better than the brown ones. And they denote that you are in the historic district. There's a little sign that goes on top of the street sign, and that might be above our budget. But I don't see a reason why we couldn't mark some of the north, south, east, west boundaries of the historic district, so you know when you enter it. So I'm hoping the commission and city manager will give some thought to that. And I think it's a very nice idea to mark Culver Park. But and there are some other things that I have in mind.
And I apologize, I don't know how much the historic signs cost. I wasn't here when that process went, some of the other ones that were ordered.
$3,000.
So I just put the placeholder in here. We can move that money around, and it's just, there's other things we can spend it on. I just put the 20,000 in there because we had it left.
And the Historical Society has offered to partner with the city to do that and split half and half.
Okay.
And up until now, the last two, it hasn't happened.
Okay.
Right. And just, Mayor, could I say one more thing about historic signs? Okay, so there's a sign at Dexter Beach. The name of the park is actually Bicentennial Park.
Yeah, it needs to be redone.
And someone paid for a sign at the Union Bethel AME Church concerning April Randolph. But I don't know that all the signs have to be $3,000 historic marker signs. So we might want to look into different sign levels that might make the money go farther and still increase the information that people get to see.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Any questions on any of the other items?
Any questions? None, let's.
Okay.
Everybody good with Better Place? Okay, if everybody is good with Better Place,
We going to CRA or gas?
we'll go on to CRA, we can do CRA.
Okay.
Keith, is he done?
We done.
He just wants to hang
We're
around.
not throwing him out if he wants to stay, right?
I'm sure he wants to.
I'm leaving.
That's what I figured.
Thanks for your help.
Yeah, see you all.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, Keith.
Okay, so let's go to our CRA.
All right, so, let's see.
Are these numbers updated for the county park?
Yes, those are all been updated.
Yeah, the county's, millage rate can change.
Did you have to look at the carry forward for those? Remember I asked you to just double check those? Were you able to look at those? I thought.
Yeah, I don't think, the county.
I sent you the number, and I think I sent you another one, I have to figure out where we wanna put it.
Okay. We may need a little adjusting on these, but everything's really, really close on this. On the revenue side. If we go down to expenditures, salary, all of that's saved a little bit there, of course.
Start out central.
Starting out with central, yes, sir.
So if we go back into revenue, this is something just for everybody though, if we do a budget adjustment, we brought ARPA revenue back into the picture through those grants. So you're gonna have to do a budget adjustment here where you're gonna add that into that ARPA money in, and then it's gonna have to go out on the back end on the expenditures.
It'll be in the budget
Okay.
adjustment.
In the budget.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just wanna make sure.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. And we have a couple carry forwards, but we're gonna check on those, making sure that all of that is accurate. Up to date, they're pretty close. Going into the central, looking at salaries, pretty much unchanged. We've gone down just a little bit. There's a little bit of savings there. The account and auditing, that's been a share of cost that has now been reduced from last year's budget.
Now, the CRA has a separate
Correct.
Okay, and you've accounted for that?
Yeah,
That cost is split up.
Yeah,
between
that cost,
three?
yeah, is
Yes.
amongst the three.
Yes.
Just wanna make sure.
The car allowance, of course, that's been renewed. We have the $50,000, which, that is for the professional services for the downtown partnership. If we go into the largest, if we move into the next largest line item, it's for improvement projects. What we are proposing is for directional drill. Now, this is not for materials, this is just for labor alone. 1-inch conduit along Central on both sides to support new LED lighting from FP&L, which we're gonna bring you all. Bonnie is working right now on tightening that up and finishing that. We've got a meeting. When do we have
Tomorrow.
It's tomorrow. So we'll be meeting with FP&L tomorrow, and we're proposing going lake to lake. Right now, we have 28 lights, and I think we're proposing an additional 8 with them. I can't remember. I think it's either 6 or 8.
He said he's gonna talk to us about it, he might have to go across the street. So.
Okay, well, either way, we're finalizing that conversation. This 30,000 is to run conduit on both sides of the street, all the way down from lake to lake.
Keep in mind that one that's there in front of the blue house on the left-hand
It's just
side,
there.
it's just there.
It's just there.
There's no electricity running to it,
Right.
so it's just there.
Okay. And we did talk about, and we'll figure this out later, there's some that aren't as badly damaged, there's some that are actually in good shape, and we wanted to talk to the commission about possibly repurposing them somewhere in the city. I'm not sure where, but there's no reason to chunk them. Some of them are in decent shape.
Some of them are not. We've painted them.
Some of them are horrible.
And even some of those we've painted those and they
Yeah.
still look, I don't know where you would,
Check out the shields on them.
yeah, the shields on them, huh?
Downloaded.
Dexter Beach, that's true, Dexter Beach can get pretty dark over there at
Yeah.
Dexter Beach.
So-
Or even you could even do it along the pathway.
The walk path is what I was thinking.
Walk path.
So again, we have to look at them and see if we can. And I don't know if we can, but if we can, I'd love to repurpose them.
It could be.
They're historic, you can put a little marker on them.
Well, it's done in the 90s.
All right, so moving forward, IT support, that's been changed. That also covers that shared cost in this central CRA. The next is the housing rehabilitation grants. So last year we had 16,975. This year it's limited homes. We did not have a bunch, but we did have some. And we're looking to expand that on usage, homes that would utilize this grant. So we put 21,548 into the housing rehabilitation grants this year. On the redevelopment grants, this one is where we fell a little short this year. We utilized those ARPA funds. This year we added $45,000 to that line item. So we have a total of $92,040. We have, I believe, a backlog of a half a dozen or more, correct, businesses already in the central CRA that are ready to go. And we're gonna be bringing to you guys, are you anticipating November? Let October kind of quiet down after the shakeup of everything. But I know we're bringing it to you this fiscal year to come up with our plan.
Redevelopment week is in September, so once I start advertising that on Facebook, hopefully we'll be getting a bunch of
Yeah.
applications in.
We're hoping that we can get the process started to where we can start awarding jobs sometime, you think in February, March this year?
So
So you're gonna have to advertise when the deadline is to
Correct.
get the applications in.
But I want to get permission from you all, and we have a workshop on that this year, just like we workshopped it last year. We'll come up with the dates and update that on the
Do it
website.
Earlier this year, so we're not, okay.
Yeah.
Just like we talked about,
Yes.
okay.
So that is for the central CRA. We go to the north CRA, again, on the salaries, we've established what the need is for that. We've gone down a little bit in that for that shared cost, so you'll see some savings there. Training education, we're holding strong on that. That's gonna be for FRA conference. Bonnie has already been utilizing this year's budget. What have you gone to so far this year
We
now?
went to CRA 101, we went to
Palms?
Palms, and then I'm going to the FRA.
And you've already gone to Orlando as well for a day?
That was CRA 101.
Okay, so Bonnie's been doing some classes, she's gonna be hitting it hard next year as well. Have car mileage in there, although we went down, but we still have it budgeted for miles. Telephone, we've got the shared cost. Going to the big numbers, improvement projects. This is in line with our goals and objectives and also some of the master planning, but paving dirt roads in the north end. And I'm looking to fix Grove, a full replacement of asphalt top on Grove around the park. We've got $116,000 in that line item this year, and we tend to use it to beautify and make our infrastructure strong. Housing rehabilitation grants, we have reduced that in half. We had 50,000 last year. We're doing 25,000 this year. We went to every house last year, knocked on doors. Bonnie went out there, tried to solicit people to take part of this program, and we had 0 bites. I'm hoping that if we fix up the roads in the area, that it'll allow us to have a platform to reach out again and ask to help out those in need. And then in the areas that we can't really get to it with the grant, Bonnie's also working with a number of outside sources to help the residents in our city cover those gaps.
Can I ask a question about that real fast, Bonnie? With you talking to each one of those, what was the common denominator? Why would they not want to partake in that?
You know, when I walked down that road, I didn't actually have well, when I was.
Yes, have I been down that
Yeah.
road? Yes.
So, like I would try to get in touch with every single person. Maybe I needed to mail it to them. I don't know, but I think that maybe it was because I was walking down the road and trying to give the flyers to the people. And they were, maybe because they didn't know me, I don't know, but I walked down the other ones and I invited them all to the meetings. There was one, most of them were in Central who applied.
Yeah.
But then when I was talking to Veronica Glover the other day, she said that SHIP doesn't come down here to help people. So, what was her name? She was here earlier. Sid. Yeah, she said that maybe when we get, if I can get St. John's Partnership or Operation Lifeline, we could have a meeting at the Women's Civic.
So I'll tell you about SHIP because this happened several years ago where they had a large amount of money. And Charles and I went to that meeting thinking we were all excited we were going to bring it down to Crescent City. We walked into the commission meeting room where they were having the opening and the sign up. And we both looked at each other like, oh my gosh, the room was standing room only in the county commission room for people standing in line waiting to get their application. Unfortunately, most of those are Palatka. It's right there. And then they have such a waiting list that just to even get on that waiting list, they have a waiting list, it seemed like. And it was very deflating for us coming back because we were very excited about the possibility and what it could do for some of the houses here. But they have to make application, but they have to, they don't have enough money to meet the need, and it's first come, first serve. And so you've run into that too, I'm sure. Now, we just had, and I need to talk to them, we just had one of our residents, and she went through a program, her children helped her, and she got.
Rebuild?
Rebuild Florida.
Was it Rebuild Florida that she went through? No, this is down Randolph, it's all the way down Randolph. Anyway, she needed a new roof, she needed some things, she got it taken care of, but it took several years of her being in that process.
I'd like to work with Habitat too, and also.
We've talked to Habitat, I've talked to Habitat, and Habitat is limited with the amount that they can put out for those, I think it was like 3,000 maybe, is what they had said, maybe it was 3,500. So, but talk to them again and see if they'll come down that would be very beneficial.
And Eric's coming tomorrow to talk to us about, he's with Operation Lifeline, and he helps with teaching the kids how to build and things like that, so that they can help in the community as well. So he's supposed to be coming tomorrow to talk to us about that. So he's very helpful.
Yeah, I wish we had more outreach to even help some of our elderly with, you know, some
Grants.
painting and some different things that they need done, some landscaping, just different things. I really wish we could work with maybe our churches and our nonprofits to do that, because that would be very beneficial to them. Because there's a cost involved with that too. They can't do it anymore. They have to hire somebody. They're on limited income.
And maybe there's a grant we can get for that too, from like Lowe's or Home Depot
I
or
just-
something.
yeah,
They
I
can
was
give
just
us-
wondering-
Donate the paint,
Yes.
and we can get volunteers to help.
I was just wondering why, so I would say in the future, you definitely need to reach out, because some of those, it's not the people, the homeowner living there. So you need to reach out to the homeowners in those homes and
Oh,
see
yeah.
if, it's-
I did, I
I
feel
mean,
it going up.
through mail, through mail,
Yeah, I think the mail would be.
through mail. Yeah.
Because they're not always.
Not always there, or they don't actually own the house.
Or they're
Yeah,
not-
exactly.
they're not there
You know,
every
they
day.
weren't there when I was there.
So, yeah, so you need to do it through
I mean,
the house. And I don't know, are those targeted houses?
They were all targeted, that's
So
what I
they
was
would,
found
so
out.
that makes it even more of a benefit to them, because they're a targeted house, so.
But when I went out with Pam the other day, she took me down some other places that were definitely in need.
But are they within your CRA?
They weren't within the CRA, but they were in the city, so
Okay,
they could still use some help.
they could use help, but they can't use CRA dollars.
Right.
So your focus is with that, unless with those other programs.
Right.
So,
Mayor, on this subject of SHIP and housing, since you brought it up, the last time I looked into the way the county administers SHIP, I don't think they have to do it the way they do it. I understand they contract with an organization that's based over in Citrus County, somewhere far away from here. And
Guardian services.
no effort is made to distribute the money geographically. So we might put that on the list as something to bring up with the county. I mean, there's not enough money, but it's, the outreach and the distribution is not good.
and
And I think they're behind. They have been for
they
years.
are behind. They are behind. And so that's something that maybe we need to put together a list of things we need to take to the county. We've got that, we have got to do our interlocal, we've got the 5,000 over here that we're losing out on with the nursing home property, that they're
We're
aware
losing
of.
out. They didn't pay.
No, they pay in 5,000, but they've
Right.
paid 5,000 forever, and even years
Never been
ago, several
updated.
years ago, they said it, you know, the taxing on that would probably be at least 25,000, I don't know what it would even be today. But we're locked in lieu of taxes, you know, and they get $10,000 a month in rent on that property. So these are some things that we need to really go back to the county with, but I agree with you, Commissioner DeVito, it just seemed to us, it's like Palaca got the lion's share of the money for that
And
shift.
also, it goes to the very most able. It goes to people who are most able to navigate the system, and there's really no one to help them. Which, you know, everyone has need to a certain extent, but some people have more need than others. I do have one question about our CRA budget. Could I ask that in
Yeah.
general? I'm sorry, it's getting late. I don't see, funding for the downtown partnership in
We
here.
covered that.
It
We
was
did
still
cover
in
it.
central, 50,000,
It's in
it was in the
the
central, we're in the
Central.
north now.
Okay. So,
It's under professional services.
Line 30.
okay. I'm so sorry. Okay, so we have it down for 50,000. Where is?
Line 30.
Line 30 on
Okay,
central expenditures.
I don't have that page.
Yeah, it's gonna, look on the back, it's front and back, you're gonna look,
No, I don't, I'm missing pages 2 and 4. I do not have 2 and 4.
if you look on the back of one,
Yes,
That's nothing on the back one.
there's no, I'm missing the pages
So that's why. It's on
2,
that
4, and 6.
It's on that.
Okay, I don't have 246, so, but my question, so I'm glad I asked. I need pages 2, 4, and 6, because mine was not printed double-sided.
Yeah, stuff like that.
So,
Something happened.
Here, you can have mine for right now, I'll get them printed later.
well, that you have.
I don't have it either.
I'm gonna blame it on the printer.
Thank you. Well, I mean, these things happen, but my
I don't think
question,
I made any notes on those, so.
okay, my question doesn't really need this, so we have the full amount for the CRA, and we have discussed potentially, when we renew, for the downtown partnership rather, that maybe we should return to, funding a part-time, person. Because that would definitely allow some funds to go to other needs in the CRA.
And I guess as they go through, we'll have to, Rachel is here now, but they're going to be advertising, executive director, are you still going to be advertising for executive director?
Yes.
Okay. So,
That's fine. For part-time.
part-time,
I
You
thought
feel it should be
we're gonna
part-time?
do both, correct?
It depends on what percentage.
Okay.
There was interest in part-time position, very little.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what she said.
she said there was interest in part-time position, so it could be a
But fair
possibility,
little.
but fair little.
It depends on the person,
Sure.
so they're gonna.
Okay, just wanted to ask about that, because that's a potentially $25,000 to reallocate to some other need. Yeah, needs.
Do we have, want to move on to the south?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And so going to the south, salaries had some savings, training and education had a little bit of reduction there. On other costs, this was for miscellaneous unforeseen items. I don't know. We didn't budget anything in there for that. Didn't feel that we needed to. For the CRA South improvement projects, we did move and consolidate cost in here. This is something that's up for discussion. As I put in the notes, we put 57,438 in this. This is what we have first anticipated would be historical remnants of the city jail and waterworks, the old jail and the water wheel, including fencing and a trail. Now, I've been down there. We would have to do some engineering on that because it's a very steep slope down to the lake. I also put in here, after talking and having a roundtable yesterday, or projects pertaining to the pavilion at Sunrise Park. So maybe we do something else other than that. I'm not sure how we would want to do that. I think it's still up for discussion, and the placeholder for the funds are there. But the old jail is part of the master plan. It's part of the right, correct, and the objective. So it's not dead in my mind, but from looking at it, I went down there. I did not know how the topography was, so we'd have to work through that topography.
Yes, and so in doing that also, we also have to take into consideration all the water equipment that's down there right now.
Yes.
And making sure, and then you're gonna have, you just might be opening yourself up to, by opening that up, somebody's gonna have to keep it closed, open and shut it every day, because otherwise you'll have people in there. You've got a neighbor right next to it that is, you're gonna have to talk to that neighbor, because people will be accessing it probably from her side. I mean, you could access it from the other side, but then you're gonna get into getting through there if you see that, that wall. So
Right.
you're gonna have some issues there. I appreciate you pulling that out. I personally, that's not the first thing that I would attack at this time, but that's up to the commission.
Mayor?
Yes.
Two things about that. Number one, I think when there was a proposal before, the residents were not very pleased with that, because we've already had problems with, I don't know,
With some vagrancy, people being down
just
there
people
doing
with
some
very,
things.
very bad behavior. And as well, when you mention the topography, that's a very steep lakefront, and not all parts of it are meant to be built, because you will have tremendous erosion and stormwater issues. You would have to really, there would have to be some significant engineering So I don't know, I just,
Well, it's already built, it's already there, I mean,
Right.
it's a
We
pathway
were only
to
gonna have a
there.
path and possibly some benches and maybe some
Right.
small gardens or trees, because we were thinking originally we could put our arboretum down there. It's a great place to put those plants and to have the labels and all that.
The Arboretum.
I'm sorry, we voted to make that citywide.
Yeah, the Arboretum is the whole city.
It's the whole city. So anyway, I'm just saying, I agree with Mayor. I think that that would be a heavy lift and possibly extend some of the issues that we had in Sunrise Park to come further out. It would be a management situation.
And I think if we're looking at Sunrise Park, there's so many other things at Sunrise Park needs a new sign.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
we've painted that sign, we've sealed that sign, we've done everything we can to that sign.
Right.
We've got the building there, that possibly that building, you and I went in that building is not being utilized.
No.
That building, either something needs to be done with that building.
I think it can be demoed, but I'd have to ask Keith, I mean, if
So,
there's anything, we'd
There's
have to
some
cap
things
it.
for Sunrise that we can do to really enhance Sunrise, because Sunrise does get a lot of
traffic.
activity. It gets a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
It's an entryway both ways to the city, right?
Yes.
So,
And we've talked often about putting signage out there on the docks too. Welcome, I think that was might have been Ashley Shepherd. I think that was Ashley's wanting to do that, to make sure that when people come up on the dock, that it says, welcome to Crescent City.
they know where they are.
They know where they are.
Yeah.
You're in Crescent City.
Yeah.
So there's just, thank you for thinking of that. You can leave that in there, I think, right now, and as we go forward, we need to discuss, the commission needs to discuss if that's really what we want to do with it, or if there's some other projects we can do.
Yes, and also, this is in the south, it's very weird, the mapping's very awkward, I don't know if that needs to be addressed.
They wanted to add it to the central CRA. But
Okay,
you couldn't change the boundaries of the central CRA. So they added
Right.
the north and the south, and so that was just added on to the territory there, so that the money could be spent in Sunrise Park.
okay,
Because the CRA money has to be spent in the CRA district.
Right.
So that's the reason it was added to the south.
So
It does have to be contiguous.
Okay.
another question, because back when Commissioner DeVito, when this was, we had people that opted out when the South was developed, when it was created. And I don't know, I think maybe you might know this, Commissioner, Laura, you might know this, but can those people now opt back in, or is it, once you've opted out, I think we need to talk to the state
We-
and find out.
We can change the.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm in the process of reaching out to
Task
them,
Bonnie with
and
that.
I think you can combine all three, and
Oh,
then.
no, we cannot combine all three, because the central one is gonna
It's gonna
sunset in
sunset.
2032. The other two are gonna last until 2050 or something. So that's the reason we had to add the north and the south, was because the central one had been extended already once, and so it was allowed to be extended again. So that it's gonna have to be sunsetted, and then we added the north and the south to have those. So we can't combine them, but we can change the boundaries of the south and the north, most likely. But it requires another study done by someone that
Yeah.
has to do the actual parcel counts and has to look at the blight,
Right.
smaller blight, and actually do a finding of
Finding
Finding a
a
necessity, yeah. which is not just something that we can do ourselves, but it can be done.
But-
And we can alter and that way we could get those people in.
Because there's quite a few of them down there on the south, and I know that
businesses.
they're new owners, like Jesse's, the old,
Mhm. People, yeah,
car dealership,
Right.
I mean,
lots of,
some of that needs to
Really
come
used to be
down,
here.
some of that needs to come down.
right.
So I think if you would look into that.
It's about CRA, and I'm glad you brought up the boundaries, because ultimately the boundaries have to be set by ordinance. And I think the north and south are new enough, there's enough time lag for the expiration date that we're allowed to do that. But at a prior meeting, I asked about specifically the ordinance that adopted the 2024 vision plan and updated our CRA in 2024, and I can't find it on the website. I can find 2018, but I can't find it. The things
Did you
pertaining.
go through the ordinance book?
Sure, yeah.
We have a book in here, if you need to find it, we make a copy of it, so we have ordinance books that are by year.
Right, I was hoping to have a more accessible version.
Well, I mean, if you can't find it and you're really wanting it, you look in there, that's a good, that's a
We
good
didn't really
place.
get modified either.
She's
Well-
checking right now to see, she may have that on her desk. I think we looked for it. I thought that we found a more recent.
All I
than
found was
2018.
2018, and,
There's an update.
and the,
Yeah,
We did it at the same time as the master plan.
2024, I
well,
thought.
it's in the ordinance that adopted the vision and master plan there's also a text ordinance, that sets out a whole number of things. And also on the website, I just want to point out, the only vision and master plan I could find it's labeled, first reading. It's not labeled final adoption. And I think we made changes. I mean, I'm saying whatever's on the website preferably would be, we will get there. It will
Yeah.
be fine.
I've got a paper copy. We have the
Yeah, I gave
2024.
you, yeah,
You,
I
I've,
gave
yeah,
it to you.
yes, so
That's my copy.
I've got it. I promise it's.
Okay.
Okay, and so ultimately that should be scanned in?
Yes,
or-
we're gonna work on that, get that
Okay,
uploaded.
because the one thing I noticed was on the vision and master plan, it's a really long, Mayor, is that longer than legal size and width?
Yes,
or-
it's large.
Yeah. Okay,
It's like 8 feet.
I thought that members of the public asked to have the depiction of an oak tree in the intersection removed. I thought we removed that. And when you look on the web, that's what's there. But I'm not 100% sure because I don't have the ordinance. But anyway.
Oh, this was, what year did you say, 2018?
2024.
Should've been 2024.
2018 is the old one. But anyway, be that as it may, I'll deal with that later.
Okay,
And thank you, Mayor, about the ordinance book.
you're welcome, yeah, anytime, you can go back, you can find, it's amazing what you can find. Those
Well,
ordinance.
and actually, Brendan, there should be an electronic copy.
It all got sent to Unicode. All of those ordinance books got sent to Unicode. And then they went through and they determined which ones were current, and those are the ones and that's how you came across
Right, but it's,
1999.
no, but I think we adopted the CRA plan and vision and master plan after we sent everything to Unicode.
We did,
Right, it's not in Unicode.
No, it's not, and it wouldn't be because it was not codified.
codified.
Correct.
It's something that's not codified, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's that, thank you.
Okay,
So
so are we done with CRA?
moving forward, just the last one is redevelopment grants. We put $10,000 in that. This year, we expended $8,100 for the south end. We figured to put some money back in there in case we had anybody else. We of course are gonna try to reach out. I don't believe we had any other takers for the grant this year except for the one at the very end, but we put 10,000 back in the budget.
Okay.
And that's it for the CRA.
What else?
We
Okay,
got
we've got gas.
Gas, okay. All right, we're almost there. Thank you, everybody. So we made updates, of course, to our minimum charges. And those adjustments were made. I need to update the notes on that, but that was all based on the rates that were given to us in the last most current study. And that also changed for the commercial sales and for the non-tax residential sales. Moving forward, we have the FSMA grant that we put in, so $1.5 million. We're currently working off of that. We received a quote for the work that was for, and it came in, I believe at 50 or 60% of that grant. So right now they're working on where they can actually spend that money so it can still be utilized from that grant for the line, but it's gonna cover that work. Going into the expenditures, of course, we've done our 5%. None of that has changed. We've changed the Medicare going into FICA as stated on previous budgets. The workers' comp has been updated, moving into operational expenses. We've updated the telephone and internet. The other contracts, this is a gas regulatory assessment fee. And Dave felt comfortable with reducing that from $2,000 to $1,200. We discussed that before. The auto property insurance has been updated. That also includes the $13,300, which was a catch from Steve. Thank you, Steve, for catching that. It's a separate insurance for that gas going over that line, or over that
That
train
goes under
tracks,
the railroad tracks.
the railroad
And
tracks.
that's a separate,
That's separate.
insurance that we,
Yep, so it's been captured, it's in there. Moving down the line, no major changes there. We had some overages in vehicle repair and maintenance this year. Poor Dave has been riddled with some bad trucks. We literally, I think, have 2 of them down right now. And one of them was repaired, the other one is in such disrepair, it's not worth it. So it's gonna be junked out. Moving down on other charges, other charges, we've got 35,000. This is overrun, but this is also money that we're getting back. And I believe that's captured up in the revenues.
Correct.
And so 75,000 of that was the elementary school gas line extension, 30,000, 37K was for gas line extension. Reimbursements already been made, Dave Franks, and then I had a note in
have
here.
we already, but that's already come in, correct?
Yes.
That's in this fiscal year, because we
Correct.
did both of those, so.
Correct.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Just want to make you aware of what the usage is, why it's so high.
This is an example, I know we're running late, but I do want to say this. This is an example of when we're always asking people to put natural gas in. The one house right outside the city limits, they paid $37,000 to run the line. So, and it's right there. So now I think she did both houses.
I believe so.
I believe she did both
Yeah.
houses, but still, it's amazing how, and that was at cost. That was at cost.
$37,000, that was the Highway 17 project. Yeah, for that one resident.
Have to go under the road, is that why, or?
Had to go under the there's like a
Culvert.
culvert right there, had to go underneath that.
It's all
And then
directional.
they had to go directional, and they had to
Yep.
go all the way down. And,
How many feet was it?
So
so there's a new house that's being built. Right there, just past, Lockside, on the right-hand side, the big house
Oh,
that's
that
being
one,
built down
okay.
there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that house.
So, Mayor,
Yes.
your point, to me, it seems like your point is we're encouraging people to put in natural gas, but it's really expensive. So so to me, that cuts the other way. Someone thought natural gas was desirable enough, and they had funds,
And they had the fun.
and they had
Yeah.
funds, but the key point is, a person who had the funds thought it was desirable enough. So I always thought, obviously, we applaud that,
We do.
but I thought we would focus, it would be more practical to focus any kind of marketing on people proximate to gas lines, because, you know, and
And she thought she was. I mean, when they
Right.
built, they thought they were because it's right outside the city limits,
Sure.
but they're not.
But to me, that shows that someone with means thinks that it is very desirable to have gas, so maybe the rest of us should too.
Well, it is.
Which we all think.
Cheaper and better.
Right, so anyway, I think it's a good ad for us, regardless of the cost.
all right, moving down the line, the next large item, of course, is operating supplies. We're having to order these things. They're not necessarily budgeted, but we're being reimbursed for them after the fact. I verified this with Dave. Of course, we're marking those items up by 15%. You know, water heater controls, water heater burners, large commercial regulators, large commercial gas upgrades or meter upgrades. Those items he put on here, and of course that also falls in line with resale items. So you have operating supplies needing to get the job done, and then the resale items are items that we're purchasing and selling off when people need them on an as-needed basis. The next big line item is our natural gas purchase. Now, we've overrun this year, and that reason we've beat this dead in the ground. Y'all know it already, but January, February, we got hit hard. This year will be different. We've done the hedging. We've done everything that the FGU said to do. We've also set aside a fund. Yep, so we're gonna be good this year, but the purchase purchases, I still increased to 208 this year. Allocation we have set in there, bond interest is the same. And then we get to the next line item, that's a big line item. These are lease options for 2 vehicles. Dave is down 2 trucks. We have one that's totally inoperable, so guys are sharing, and we have one that's on the mend, that's on the verge of going. I've got the same cost that we put in for the others at the 18,000 times 2 on here for Dave's vehicles.
At least he's paying for it.
And yes, and they're coming out of,
Enterprise fund.
and they're coming out of his fund.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a balanced budget.
Awesome.
Any questions?
Anybody have any questions on
No, thank you.
that? Okay, no questions. I think that concludes the budget. So my question to everybody before we go, and this is something for us to consider. We've gone through a lot. We don't want this, we have the first reading of this in September. We've made a couple of changes, not significant changes. We all, I think, have a pretty good understanding of this budget. To go through it again should not take us 7 hours, 6 hours, however long, 6 hours, almost 6 hours. Do we want to do a workshop just prior to the commission meeting for any additional questions so that when we get into our September meeting, we're not in a situation where we're debating some of this? I'm just putting that out there for everybody to consider.
Mayor, I think that would be a good idea, particularly considering that we're going to have budget amendment coming before us. The only thing I would suggest is that we, or when you say before, do you mean like earlier in the day or on a different day, like Tuesday the 8th or something? Yeah. I think that would be
I'm
a good
not
idea.
here Tuesday the 8th. I will not be here until Wednesday. Labor Day is the 7th.
Okay,
I'm not here the 8th. I'm not sure if that's gonna give them enough time. Let's look at the week prior, if we can.
wait a minute, if they don't have enough time, the commission meeting is Thursday the 10th?
I know that.
Okay, so when you say,
So I'm saying if we were to do it on the 9th, I don't wanna be in a situation, everybody, yes, ma'am?
I'm not 100% sure, because I don't have the information in front of me right now, but I believe that the budget needs to be posted on the website 2 days prior.
Yeah.
It should be the 8th.
So that's what I'm saying, we don't have enough, you don't have enough time.
got it,
But if we did it on Wednesday the 2nd, if we did it on Wednesday the 2nd, the only other thing we could do, we can't do the 2nd.
That is, the room is blocked off, so that's possible.
For that day?
Yes, ma'am, I mean, I could probably back them down, but I.
Is that next Wednesday?
ASAP.
Yeah, that would be next Wednesday. Is that not good?
We'll make it work.
Yeah.
No, what's the problem?
Oh, no, I'm just
These are gonna be.
finalizing our numbers and
Oh,
getting our stuff.
finalize your numbers.
We can get
The only thing we could do is, we've got Thursday afternoon, we've got
Let me ask you,
Friday morning.
in this workshop, do you want to cover the budget amendment as well, to kind of run through it as well with the main, okay,
Probably you're gonna wanna do that.
so then that's why I'm going, like, we'll get it.
But we could do it later. The Thursday, the 3rd, I will be with, the regional council in Jacksonville that morning, so I won't be back. We could do it that afternoon.
Okay,
Let's do the same.
Thursday,
Because if we go beyond later than that, then the AV people have less time to set up.
Okay,
Because they only
They
have
don't have
whatever
to
we give
everything.
them until, the 10th.
okay,
So I'd rather do the 2nd and we just one day shorten it than be in the middle of it.
okay. So can we do this, can you do the 2nd?
yes.
Does that work?
Is everybody good with the 2nd?
We'll
And
make
what time do we wanna do it on the 2nd?
Midday, is that okay? We can do the same at 11 o'clock.
Can we do 1 o'clock so we can eat lunch?
yeah, I was
For real.
gonna say,
Yeah.
we,
You don't like,
That's not.
you don't like my lunches?
Mm-mm.
no, that's not a very efficient use of our time, because.
So let's do 1 o'clock
1
on the
p.m.
2nd. That gives you more time that morning to get everything ready.
Yes.
Is everybody good with that? For some reason, I feel like I have something that day, but we'll figure it out. You good with that, Commissioner Moore? Okay, everybody good with the second at 1 o'clock?
Hopefully Commissioner Britton
We'll
will
easily, in case you're going to say.
Yeah, we don't know about Commissioner Burton, so this is a workshop though.
This is a
Yes.
workshop,
Okay.
a quick workshop.
Quick workshop. Yes, and what we'll do is I've already gone through and made the changes, and I already balanced it while we were working, and so I just need to go in and make a couple little tweaks and
Okay.
we'll print it out, so we'll be good on that. The amendment's what Steve and I is gonna be working on. We've already started, but we need to take the latest and greatest and then we'll do that, we'll have it ready.
Okay. Sharita, before we adjourn, did you get anything back from League of Cities on our advertisement?
I did, they only wanted to change the time, so I was gonna check with them first before.
What time they want to change
They
it?
wanted to make it from 6 to 7. That was it.
Oh, limit, they want to limit the time from 6 to 7. Okay, can you do that, and then for the commission, do you want a copy of that?
email it to me.
You want to email it to them?
And Mayor, I have one question about that that occurred to me. So is the League of Cities, are they in charge of the opening and closing? Who is in charge of the format? Is that you?
Me.
Okay, so are we planning on just having them do the presentation and no questions?
No, we're allowing, they're gonna answer questions too.
They're gonna answer
They're gonna
questions.
answer questions, so I'll just open it up, welcome everybody, I'll make a notation, she's got that in there, that there will be 2 or more elected officials from multiple municipalities that will be present.
Right,
She's put that language in there.
okay.
I'll make sure I make note of that, welcome everybody on behalf of all the municipalities, and I probably will have the other 2 mayors up there with me. And then Clay Davis at the end, if his office wants to say anything, then allow him to be able to speak to.
Now, I'm hoping, to me, Clay Davis is the one of the best authorities that we can have, because he's in charge of the numbers. So I hope they will send someone. But anyway.
Well, I think, honestly, the League of Cities and their presentation is outstanding, and that's what they're going to be presenting.
Right, well, Commissioner Lori and I have been listening to the League of Cities present on this since last year, when
We all
they started
I know.
educating us.
We
But I mean, I guess I'm saying Mr. Davis's office is the most knowledgeable about the specific numbers in Putnam County and can speak to that. So, which to me, that's very informative. But anyway, thank you very much for
And
doing that.
regardless, we all know, go ahead.
And so I don't think, we're looking at it from the standpoint of a municipality.
Yeah.
We need to look at it from the standpoint of the residents.
Yeah,
They don't care how much money we're gonna lose to them.
they don't.
They care how it's gonna affect them and the reality of what the amendment does and how it hurts some and helps others.
And,
So
yeah,
that's what they need to be explained, and that's what they need to understand.
they, I
They don't
agree.
care if it's gonna cost us $200,000, that doesn't mean anything to them.
That's up to us to figure that out.
That's our job, yeah.
That's our job to figure
Aware
it
of
out.
that, and
And I mean, so telling them the numbers is not gonna matter, really, in my mind. It's telling them that if you're not a homeowner and you rent your property, your rent's gonna go up.
Yeah.
And if you own a commercial building, your taxes are gonna go up and that kind of stuff. And if not, we're gonna have to cut services. So that means we're not gonna be mowing the park every week, it's gonna be every other week.
Yes,
Or we might not be able to have firefighters Monday through Friday.
yes.
And we might not be able to get a new fire truck without begging for the state, so
And
that's the
our,
stuff.
and law enforcement.
And law enforcement.
That's a big thing, that's a big hit, so. Anyway, I think that I'm excited that we're doing this, thank you all so much for helping put this together. I'm glad that Sam is coming.
Yep.
I think that
It's great.
he's great with this, and, anyway. I think, do you have anything else?
No, we didn't really have time, but I'm going to have this in a better print, larger, for our next workshop Wednesday. And I'll verify, I believe the yellow ones are what our engineer had put together, because I asked him to fill some of that out. But we do have a 90% complete CIP,
Is that
5 years, 5 years.
That was 5 years on the sheet.
That's very small, that's why it's very small, so.
I would, might as well to.
We'll make it larger.
Yeah, make it much larger.
Okay, if that's it, everybody, I'm
Thank you.
going to thank you all very much. Meeting is adjourned.
So what I'm doing, no matter what, we always use all
French
the time
fries.
available.
French fries.
By half an hour.